Hey, Tracy, it's Stephanie. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Test, test. Tracy, are you getting an echo?
Just a tiny bit of an echo, yes.
For everyone that's on the Zoom, we're trying to work on an echo that's happening. So it'll just be a minute or two. Okay, how is this? Tracy, can you hear me?
That's better. Your voice is kind of light, but there's no echo.
Yeah, I can't hear an echo either.
Okay, perfect. I'm not close to a microphone. What about now?
Perfect.
Yeah,
Okay,
if you just disconnect the audio from the shartboard, I think that'll solve it.
All right. Let's get all right. Let's do some sound checks and stuff. Can everybody hear me?
You're very light, Judge.
Okay, let me pull this closer. Can't. All right, how about that? Do I have to lean forward? Is that better?
Much better. Thank you.
That's comfortable. Get the tech up and running. My computer is just not loading. Tracy, can you hear everybody else?
I could hear Stephanie when she tested.
Good morning. Can you hear that?
Yes, perfectly.
Good morning. Can you hear this?
You're a little light, but yes,
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to
Testing,
speak
1, 2,
right-
3. Is that
better. Thank you. Yes.
Steph, can you come help me for a second before? This is not working. This one wouldn't let me sign in at all. That's yours? Offline. This one is mine. Mine was offline, so I tried signing in on this one. And it's circled and now. Sign into the private Wi-Fi. It might take a while to turn on if it hasn't been. Well, it did. And then oh, it did? And then I started asking it, actually my. Commissioner Gilman has this new one for weekly meetings. It takes hers a while to sign on. Okay, you're on the network. There. Okay. As long as I can see things on the other screen, it'll be okay, right? Just won't even try. I don't know what else to do. Yeah. And it might pop up.
Testing.
Fun day. It's a fun test day. And this isn't loading either. Is that working? No. It's not loading this. Trying to load email. Wait, there it goes. Yeah, it's just slow. Oh, very fun. All right. Thank you all for your patience as we try to get everything up and running. Right. Okay. Is everybody ready to get started? Tracy, you most especially?
I am ready, Judge.
Our court reporter is online, so she'll be, just make sure that means that we absolutely have to speak into the mic so she can't hear us at all, okay? All right. I think we've got things running as well as we're going to be able to. I can't get my computer up, but I'll be able to see this screen, so I'll just rely on that for reviewing any documents you pull up. Okay. Ready to get going then? Let's go ahead and call proceeding number 23A-0633G. This is the Clean Heat approval for the Clean Heat Plan application filed by Black Hills, Colorado Gas. All right. If I could go ahead and have appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Emmanuel Koshin, appearing on behalf of Black Hills, Colorado Gas.
Thank you, Mr. Koshin. And can you indicate for me who you have here with you?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Harrington is present, Ms. Gardunia is present, and Mr. Cottrell is present, along with Jennifer Bass with our regulatory team and Elaine Hegler with our legal team.
Thank you so much, Mr. Koshin. Okay.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael Hyatt with Earth Justice, appearing on behalf of Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, or SWEEP. With me here is my co-counsel, Robert Ragonen. One of the sweep witnesses, Mr. Justin Brandt, should be here in person today. Second sweep. There he is. Welcome, Mr. Brandt.
And to be fair to Mr. Brandt, traffic was unbelievable. It took me 45 minutes to get here, and I live 6 miles away. So.
And the other sweep witness, Mr. Weil Conge, will be testifying remotely today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Let's make sure that's on. Let's try it again. Great.
That microphone
were you
was
able to-
not on. I did not hear her, Judge.
That's what I was going to ask. Okay. Try it again. Ms. Crampton, let's give it another try.
No.
Amplification. Okay, one more time. Can you hear me? I think this should work.
Yes.
It is. Okay, try it again. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Kate Crampton with the Office of the Attorney General. On behalf of the Utility Consumer Advocate, I'm here with Ms. Leslie Henry Sermos, an analyst with the Utility Consumer Advocate. Thank you, Ms. Crampton.
Morning, Second Assistant Attorney General Jessica Lowry, here on behalf of the Colorado Energy Office. I would also like to enter the appearance of Senior Assistant Attorney General David Banas, who is on Zoom. And with me is Jocelyn Durkay from the Energy Office.
Lowry.
And good morning, everyone. This is Assistant Attorney General Ross Smith. I'm joined with my co-counsel, Assistant Attorney General Josh Horman, on behalf of trial staff today. We are also joined by Chief Economist, Mr. Eric Hagland, who is also appearing by Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay. Just one quick housekeeping matter before I do anything else. I just want to make sure we're all in agreement about the order in which things will go. It's Black Hill's motion, so Black Hills will go first, followed by the 3 parties that join in the settlement. Does that sound reasonable? And amongst yourselves, what order do you want to go in? I was thinking CEO, UCA staff, but I'm open to anything that's most comfortable for you guys. What do you want to do? Do you care? Mr. Smith, do you care?
We don't have a preference, Your Honor. I mean, I think that I believe, to my understanding, Mr. Hagland, there's no actual cross reserved on him, so I don't know that it doesn't really matter to us. We're happy to go after the company.
Okay, okay. I didn't know if you wanted to back clean up or anything. Okay.
Yeah.
So company first. Staff. UCA CEO, does that work? Thank you. And be careful when you speak from the gallery because it's not mic'd, so you won't be heard, and the court reporter won't be able to catch what you're saying. So if you do need to say something from the gallery, you're going to have to speak up and come, step up and move to the podium, okay? All right. We are here this morning for approval of the motion filed by Black Hills for approval of the settlement agreement that's been entered into with Black Hills, UCA, CEO, and staff. And for anyone listening out there, just to be clear, UCA is the Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate, CEO is the Colorado Energy Office, and staff is trial staff of the company. Make that clear. Opposing the settlement is SWEEP, the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. Okay. We've entered all appearances. We've got tech up and running as well as it's going to be, apparently. Mr. Koshin, did you want to make an opening statement of any kind?
Not an opening statement, Your Honor, but in terms of preliminary matters, I would like to move into the record or move for admission of the hearing exhibit. I understand that there might be parties that have not gotten their exhibits onto hearing exhibit 600. I'm not sure whether we should deal with that first or move.
Why don't we try to deal with that, just because I think it'll make things smoother running through this if we have them all admitted and ready to go. And so I guess, first of all, exhibit 600 is the omnibus listing of all the exhibits and what is contained in the box.com file. Am I wrong, Steph? You're better at this than I am. Does anyone have an objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 600 and the exhibits listed thereunder? If we do that, then everything listed on there will be admitted into evidence without objection, and we can.
Your Honor, no objection from staff. We would ask, I received an email from Ms. Kunkel on the 26th, and there are 4 exhibits that have incorrect headers on them. We have placed those into box.com, so I don't know, I don't believe those have been included on the spreadsheet, but to the extent that we need to have those added to the record, we'd like to do that.
Okay, Ms. Kunkel, is that possible? Sure. Why don't we do that so that we can all be in, make sure we're on the same page about what we're looking at and what we're talking about. Mr. Ross or Mr. Smith indicated there were 4 exhibits that staff did not have the right heading on it, and we're pretty particular about how those look when we put them in the folders so that we can know what everything is and what we're looking at and make sure it ends up in the right place. So now that's been corrected, right, Mr. Smith? And we'll make sure that they're in there.
That's right, Your Honor. My understanding is that we those have been corrected. I did place them into box.com last night, so they should be in our box folder. And I also included, one of them was an executable that did not have a PDF, and I have included a PDF of that executable in box as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's, yeah, executable ones have become kind of an issue. We're having trouble converting them, so putting in a PDF makes things a lot easier for us.
Understood.
Okay. Ready, Steph? Okay. Ms. Kunkel's going to share them so that we can make sure we all know what we're looking at, talking about. Oh. Okay.
And
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was just going to offer that this is, as everyone can see, this is hearing exhibit 200, attachment ERH2, Rev 1, and this is the this is the PDF version of the executable of ERH2-2.
Okay. And I can't tell from here, is that just one page or is that in?
That is only one page.
Okay. Okay. Is everybody okay with the inclusion of, I don't know what the number was, of that last exhibit in hearing exhibit 600?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Koshin. Everyone else okay? I see lots of nodding heads, so we're good. Okay. Next one, Ms. Kunkel, whenever you get a chance.
And Your Honor, this is hearing exhibit 201, Rev 1. The only change here was the correction of the heading from exhibit 200 to 201.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And this is the response of Black Hills to staff's first set of data requests. Okay. And it's marked as 201 and it's now been added to hearing exhibit 600. You good with that, everybody?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cushion.
Yes, Your Honor. No
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Ms. Lowry and Ms. Crampton, do you go with that? Nodding heads. I'm just going to put in the record nodding heads, yes. So cool. All right. There are 4, so we've done 2 so far. 2 more.
And Your Honor, this is hearing exhibit. This is again the same change as the last one. This is the changing hearing exhibit 200 to hearing exhibit 201. This is attachment PCL-2 Rev 1.
Okay. And attachment PCL-2 Rev 1 is the U.S. Department of Energy 56-page document. All right. Any problem with having that added?
No problem, Your Honor.
Motion, Ms. Hyatt?
No objection.
Ms. Crampton and Ms. Lowry, you both okay with it too? Nodding heads, yes. Great. Okay. Last one.
And this is the final altered exhibit. This is hearing exhibit 201 attachment PCL-3 Rev 1. And again, the only change was to change the hearing exhibit number from 200 to 201.
Okay. It's minor change. Great. Again, this is another response to the first set of data requests. Okay. We're all good with that one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Koshin.
Yes, sweep is okay.
Lowry and Ms. Thank you, Ms. Crampton. All right. Everyone has agreed that those are fine, so let's go ahead. And I'm hearing no objections, correct, to the admission of hearing exhibit 600 and the entire list of exhibits listed thereon, including the 4 that we just went over that were just added this morning. Question?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor. That no objection from staff.
Ms. Lowry? Nodding yes, and Ms. Crampton also nodding yes. Okay, so hearing exhibit 600 and the entire list of documents contained and listed thereon will be admitted into evidence. So without objection, we don't need to worry about it. So, all right. Now, having taken care of that, any other preliminary matters we need to address?
Your Honor, one quick question from sweep's perspective.
Sure.
This is our first hybrid hearing. To the extent parties introduce new exhibits, of course, across examination, we have ours uploaded to the box.com folder, and we're used to that process. We also printed hard copies. Are we working exclusively off the familiar now box.com electronic process to introduce and submit those?
Yes. Yes. Those will be shared electronically. I'm happy to, and actually, I mean, if you have a hard copy you want to share with me, that's great. It makes it a little bit easier for me. It's not always easy for me to see everything on there, and my screen here does not seem to want to work. So, so if you've got copies, happy to accept them, but in terms of how we'll be entering things, they'll be from the box.com folder so that we have everything electronic. So it's easier that way. Okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Lowry, go ahead.
Your Honor, I just wanted to ask, there's no cross-examine time reserved for CEO witness Ms. Durkee, and I wanted to ask whether you had questions for her or whether she could.
I do not. Do any of the other parties, if nobody's indicated anything? Okay, I think she can be excused, but she's welcome to stay and hang out with us if she wants.
Great, thank you.
And Your Honor, oh, I'm sorry. I see Ms. Crampton getting up there. I don't want to steal her thunder. Go ahead, Ms. Crampton.
No, go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Your Honor, I was just going to echo the same for staff witness, Mr. Hagland. I don't believe any parties have reserved cross-examination, and so I wanted to see if you had questions for Mr. Hagland, or if we could excuse him to his other duties.
Honestly, Mr. Smith, I may. I don't
Okay.
know yet. It's going to kind of depend on what happens, but Mr. Hagland is one of the witnesses I was considering asking some questions of that I may have some clarification
Very well.
needed. So if you're around hanging out, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. That's not a problem. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
And thank you, Your Honor. Likewise, for Ms. Henry Sermos, I was just inquiring whether the court believed had any questions for her. No other party has any.
I don't think so. So I think she can go ahead and be excused if she'd like to be. I don't anticipate it at this time, but can't promise.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
All right. Any other preliminary matters? No? Okay. Motion, did you want to make a statement?
No statement, Your Honor. We are prepared to put on our first witness.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and get started.
the company would call Mr. Michael J. Harrington to the stand.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Harrington. Thank you for raising your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? And if you could spell your name and your last name. Make sure the mic is pointed towards you. If you're not right up at the mic, it doesn't pick it up well.
Good morning. Oh, a little loud. There we go. Better? Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Harrington, spelled M-I-C-H-A-E-L-H-A-R-R-I-N-G-T-O-N.
Good morning, Mr. Harrington. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Black Hills Service Company, and I'm the Director of Regulatory.
And we've had a number of exhibits that were admitted into the record. Just to clarify, you developed and had filed direct testimony hearing Exhibit 101, correct?
That's correct.
And hearing Exhibit 106 is your supplemental testimony?
Correct.
108 is your rebuttal testimony?
Correct.
And 112 is your settlement testimony?
That's correct.
Are you also adopting hearing Exhibit 105, the direct testimony and attachment, Mr. Christofferson, this morning?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You are a signatory to hearing Exhibit 111, settlement agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Could you provide a general overview of the settlement?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Koshin. Thank you, Your Honor, for conducting this hybrid hearing. It's nice to see everybody. Good to see some folks I haven't seen in a while. Yes, Your Honor, the settlement agreement was the result of careful negotiation between the settling parties, representing a wide range of interests from Colorado Energy Office, Consumer Advocate, Commission staff. Settling parties agreed to a modified portfolio, which contains a diverse set of clean heat resources that targets the entire natural gas delivery system, starting from the production side with the inclusion of renewable natural gas, moving down the chain through the distribution system with a program that will monitor leak detections, and ending on the end-use consumer side with extensive amounts of energy efficiency and beneficial electrification aimed at reducing emissions from the end-use consumers. Our modified plan covers the entire value chain of the distribution system. The settlement agreement has resulted in reasonable cost to customers, stays within the statutory cost cap. The estimated emission reductions from the settlement agreement are greater than what we had originally proposed. And the cost effectiveness of the settlement agreement is also greater than what we had originally proposed. There are additional risk mitigation procedures that the company has agreed to before we implement certain programs, such as the RNG and the renewable natural gas, the AMLD, and the renewable natural gas programs. And the company agreed to a 60 and 90-day notice process, giving parties the opportunity to review any changes that we propose. It's also important, Your Honor, to recognize that this is the first of its kind plan. The company has not implemented a clean heat plan before, and we have not been required to focus on emission reductions from our natural gas side. So in recognition that this is the inaugural clean heat plan, settling parties agreed to several future commitments that the company will make, present in our next clean heat plan. Those include combining our next clean heat plan with our DSM, or our energy efficiency plan, provide regulatory efficiencies as we review those two components together. The company agreed to conduct a thermal energy feasibility study looking at thermal energy resources within the company's service territory. We will present those results in the next plan. And we also agreed to include a few more portfolio analysis looking at different emission reduction targets at the next clean heat plan. To summarize, Your Honor, the settling parties have agreed to a comprehensive and well-rounded settlement agreement that resolves the issues among the settling parties. The settlement agreement is in the public interest, results in just and reasonable rates, and together the settling parties respectfully request the Commission approve our settlement agreement without modification.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Mr. Harrington is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Koshin. Let me ask, do the parties that have joined in the settlement anticipate or want to do any cross of Harrington before I turn it over to Mr. Hyatt to cross on behalf of Suite? Both Ms. Crampton and Ms. Lowry are shaking their heads no. Mr. Smith, do you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Hyatt, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Harrington. For the record, my name is Michael Hyatt. Good to see you, and I'll be asking you questions today on behalf of Suite.
Morning.
Let's start by discussing some of the bigger picture issues in this. Just testify. This case involves Black Hill's first ever inaugural clean heat plan, correct?
That's correct.
So a lot of the issues in this case are new issues of first impression for the company. Right?
I think there's several issues that are first impression. Obviously, we have a lot of experience with energy efficiency. We've implemented energy efficiency for a long time. Some of the things that are new, the advanced monitoring leak detection, renewable natural gas, the Rocky Ford electrification, those are the new aspects that we've not had much experience with.
The issue of your gas utility reducing emissions, that's an issue of the first impression in this case, or directly reducing greenhouse gas emissions. You agree?
Mr. Hyatt, can I ask you to speak into the microphone, please?
Repeat your question then, Mr. Hyatt, if you don't mind.
Sure. Mr. Harrington, would you agree that the issue of how Black Hills gas apply statutory greenhouse gas reduction targets, that issue of how you're going to comply with that, that is an issue of first impression in this case. Is that right?
I would agree.
The Commission has had the opportunity to decide one clean heat plan already. That involved Public Service Company in Colorado's clean heat. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that the Commission issued its initial decision regarding the Public Service Clean Heat Plan in June? Issued its RRR decision just last week?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the Commission's June decision regarding Public Services Clean Heat?
The June decision, that was the initial decision. I do not recall reading the initial decision.
Have you reviewed any Commission decision from the Public Service Clean Heat Plan?
Yes, I have read the RRR decision. It came out a couple weeks ago.
So would you agree that one of the big policy issues related to clean heat, how to best balance emission reductions on one hand, costs on the other hand?
I think that's one of the big policy one of the big policies that the Commission needs to consider. I think, this case is the first time the Commission will hear a gas-only LDC, which is another first of its kind. And the issues that a gas-only utility has before the Commission is also a first time for the.
At a high level, would you agree that in this case, the company generally prioritizes minimizing clean heat costs, while Suite prioritizes achieving emissions reductions?
No, I don't agree with that. I think our priority is to maximize the cost effectiveness within the statutory cost cap. That's how we've structured the original plan, and the settlement agreement also maximizes the cost effectiveness within the cap.
Okay, so the company's position here is that the cost of this inaugural clean heat plan should not exceed that 2.5% statutory cost cap and that's because Black Hills does not want to burden its customers' costs above the cap. Is that right?
Yes, the company and the settling parties here agreed to a budget that stays within the statutory cost cap.
Now, this clean heat plan is required by the clean heat statute, which is Senate Bill 21-264, isn't it?
Yes, right.
I understand you are not a lawyer, but as a general principle, isn't the point of the clean heat statute to reduce gas utilities' greenhouse gas emissions?
Well, there's several aspects in the statute. That is one of the aspects. There are several aspects that the Commission needs to consider. Reasonable cost to customers is another one. Certainly emission reductions from the gas LDC is an important factor in the statute, but there are many others.
Doesn't the clean heat statute include explicit and specific emission reduction targets 2025, 2030, and those targets are based on a 2015 baseline?
Right, that's correct.
If we could please pull up now here in Exhibit 108, Mr. Harrington's rebuttal testimony. Thank you. If you could go to page 9, please. Mr. Harrington, this figure MJH1 on the top of page 9 shows the company's preferred clean heat portfolio is modified in its rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You have not provided a similar figure for the clean heat portfolio that's contained in the settlement agreement, have you?
Well, we have not provided a similar chart. We did provide the emission reduction, the mass emission amounts, but we have not provided this similar chart.
As far as emission reductions, settlement agreements portfolio would achieve very similar emission reductions to this rebuttal portfolio reflected in this figure, correct?
The settlement agreement portfolio achieves more emission reductions than what we see on the chart here. One of the key differences with the settlement agreement versus what you see here on the chart is our settlement agreement is a 3-year plan. So our settlement agreement portfolio covers years 25, 26, and 27. And our 2027 emission reductions as the settlement agreement is greater than what is.
I'm hoping not to have to get down to the details of emission reductions. We can if we have to. But I guess, would you agree that settlement agreement 2025 is projected to have approximately 500 tons less of emission reductions in the rebuttal position? And then in 2030, the settlement agreement results in approximately 100 tons more per year of emission reductions.
As compared to what?
Compared to the rebuttal test.
I don't have the exact numbers from this chart. Mr. Cottrell might be able to kind of give into the exact numbers. The exact numbers from the settlement agreement or the emission reductions from the settlement are shown in the settlement agreement. I do not have those numbers here, though, from this chart.
Okay, and again, I don't think we need to get into details. So could you agree with me that if the company had prepared a chart like this that reflected the settlement agreement's emission reductions, that chart would look quite similar to this figure that reflects the rebuttal position? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree that if we had produced a chart similar in the settlement agreement, it would look similar to this. Slightly different numbers, but it would look similar.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, so looking at this figure, the red dotted line at the top shows Black Hills' forecasted emissions between now and year 2030, business as usual scenario. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And the orange and the green and those other colored lines below that Those show their emission reductions resulting from the company's preferred clean heat portfolio, here the rebuttal portfolio, correct?
Correct?
So then the bottom of that orange line, that shows the overall forecasted emissions that would occur under the company's preferred clean heat portfolio. Again, here, the rebuttal portfolio. Would you agree?
Yes.
And then the two black lines on the bottom of this figure, those show the emission reductions that would be necessary to achieve statutory 2025 and 2030 clean heat targets, right?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
So doesn't this figure show that if the commission approves the company's preferred clean heat portfolio, this inaugural clean heat plan will not put Black Hills anywhere close to being on track to achieve that 2030 target, will it?
We've been consistent all along that the targets set forth in the Clean Heat Plan statute are unachievable. We testified at the time when the legislature was being introduced, testified multiple times during the commission's rulemaking. We've advocated for various rule changes to allow for greater emission reductions. The targets there, the 2025 targets and the 2030 targets, are unachievable. Our settlement agreement, our plan, the modeling, the extensive modeling that we did demonstrates that achieving those targets is not possible.
So while the company might disagree with the targets, those lines reflect statutory reduction targets for 2025 and then 2030.
Yes, they do.
If we could please pull up now here in Exhibit 112, the executable attachment MJH2, if that's possible. Yes, MJH2. Okay, thank you. If we could go to the plan summary tab on the bottom. All right, so Mr. Harrington, here are the details on the emission reductions under the actual settlement agreement. Is that right?
Ms.
Yeah.
Kunkel, is there any way to make that a little bit bigger? Because I, like I said, I can't get it up on my screen. I can't see that from here.
We'll only be going, primarily C through E. Yeah, Your Honor, that covers everything well.
Mostly. I may have you read it.
Yeah, we'll get there, and I'll read it.
Perfect.
So, Mr. Harrington, this is an attachment to your settlement testimony that shows the emissions reductions under the actual settlement agreement, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. It also shows we see columns there for 2025 and 2030, and those are the projected emissions for those years, right?
Correct.
Those 2025 and 2030 targets, those are based on reducing emissions compared to a 2015 baseline, which column C here shows. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Doesn't row 4, column C, show that the 2015 baseline emissions, Black Hills, is approximately 1.1 million tons of CO2e?
Wait, it says 2015 is the baseline year. That, right? we talking 2020 or 2015?
So, but I phrase the question or clarify, or?
Please.
All right, so Mr. Harrington, column C, row 4, that 1.1 million tons of CO2e reflect company's 2015 baseline emissions?
Correct.
And if we go down now and look at row 27, column B, doesn't this show that under the settlement agreement, company's 2025 emissions are projected to be about 1.4 million tons CO2e?
That's, yeah, the 25 and 2030 are both 1.4. So 25 is 1.396, 2030 is 1.425.
Okay, so focusing on this 2025 projected emissions, instead of reducing emissions compared to the 2015 baseline, Black Hills would actually emit more greenhouse gases in 2025 than it emitted in 2015 under this plan, wouldn't it?
That's correct.
And focusing then on the 2030 data, isn't it the case that instead of reducing emissions compared to the 2015 baseline, Black Hills would also be projected to emit more greenhouse gases in 2030 than it emitted in the year 2015 under this plan?
Correct.
And doesn't row 27 here, if you look at the 2025 and 2030 figures, don't those show that instead of reducing emissions between 2025 and 2030, companies' emissions would actually increase over the next 5 years? The Commission approves this settlement agreement.
Correct.
And if the company's very first clean heat plan puts it off track, the 2030 clean heat target, won't that make it more difficult for the company to get back on track in the next clean heat plan?
Well, again, we think we're on the wrong track to begin with. We've been pretty clear that the statutory goals are impossible to achieve. So we're on the wrong track to begin with. Our settlement agreement plan does implement programs that will reduce emissions, but given to the rigid structure of how emissions are calculated and flexibility allowing the company to count for growth on its system is what you're seeing here on these numbers. So this is a result of the rigid framework, which is unfortunate that the statute has this and the Commission's rules adopted it, but this is the result of that rigid framework.
Okay, let's switch gears a bit here and let's talk about the cost cap a little bit. We could now please pull up here in Exhibit 111, settlement agreement. We could go to page 6, please. So at the top of page 6 here in paragraph 13, this states that the inaugural clean heat plan would not exceed the statutory 2.5% cost cap, correct?
Yes.
As we noted, throughout this case, the company's position has been consistent that the Commission should not approve a clean heat plan that exceeds the cost cap, right?
Yes, correct.
You can take down this exhibit now, please. So would you generally agree, Mr. Harrington, company's insistence on keeping the clean heat budget within that 2.5% cost cap is a primary reason why the company's preferred portfolio would achieve relatively small emissions reductions?
No, I disagree. Again, the statutory framework allows for the cost cap, and again, when we have unrealistic goals, statutory framework allows for a cost cap to be applied. If we did not have a cost cap, the budgets as proposed by SWEEP would be completely unreasonable for customers. So the cost cap provides customer protection from achieving unrealistic goals.
Do you agree generally that all else being equal, higher a clean heat budget is, should have higher emission reductions from? Do you agree with that principle?
Generally, that's true from a modeling perspective. It depends a little bit on which programs we're talking about, but generally, if we have increased budgets, you would assume higher emission reductions.
Doesn't the clean heat statute authorize this commission to approve a clean heat plan that exceeds the 2.5% cost cap if the commission concludes that is in the public interest?
I believe there's 4 criteria that the commission has to consider. Public interest is one of the 4 criteria.
Do you recall that in its decision regarding the public service clean heat plan, the commission found it is in the public interest for public services clean heat plan to exceed the 2.5% cost cap?
Yes, I think that's true. I don't recall to what degree, but I do believe that's true.
Are you generally aware that the commission concluded that public service should exceed the cost cap, because doing so is necessary to put that utility on a realistic path to meeting the 2030 clean heat target?
I do not know their justification for why they.
Are you familiar with the state of Colorado's greenhouse gas reduction roadmap? Details the state's overall strategy for achieving the statewide greenhouse gas reduction goals?
I am generally aware of it. There have been 2 versions, a 2.0 and a 2.0.
All right, you anticipate my next question.
Okay.
So you are familiar with the recent greenhouse gas roadmap 2.0 process earlier this year, where the state updated the initial roadmap, which it initially issued in 2021. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And as you've acknowledged in your rebuttal testimony, doesn't that roadmap 2.0 baseline assume that Colorado's gas utilities will implement clean heat plans that actually achieve the 2030 clean heat target?
I don't recall specifically if that's in the roadmap. Sure.
Okay, if we could please pull up here in Exhibit 108, which is Mr. Harrington's rebuttal. We go to page 42, lines 14 to 17. So, Mr. Harrington, can you see the second sentence of this answer? It states, what is abundantly clear from the filed answer testimony that the legislature developed thresholds that are impossible to meet at a reasonable cost, and the state's GHG Roadmap 2.0 assumes compliance with these targets. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So would you acknowledge now that the Greenhouse Gas Roadmap 2.0 baseline does assume that Colorado's gas utilities implement clean heat plans, achieve the 2030 emission reduction target?
Yes.
Okay, so if the company's position that this clean heat plan should not exceed the cost cap, would you agree that the issue of how you calculate that cost cap becomes quite important, because that calculation is going to determine the overall clean heat plan budget?
Yes, I agree.
So if we could please pull back up here in Exhibit 111, which is the settlement agreement, page 6, there. Here in paragraph 14 of the settlement agreement, doesn't this state that the clean heat budget would be based on the 2019 to 2023 5-year average of actual company revenues and an assumed growth rate of 2%?
Correct.
This approach for calculating the cost cap, that reflects cost cap methodology that staff first proposed answer testimony, and the company then agreed to adopt in its rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
Yes. Correct.
So step 1 in this methodology, the company would look backwards, calculate the average of the past 5 years of revenues.
We start with a 5-year historical average revenues.
So I'll refer to that as step 1. And once you've determined that figure, then at step 2, you take the historical average and increase it by 2% annually.
That's correct.
All right, so we can be a bit more specific here. If you could please pull up some sweepsbox.com folder here in Exhibit 507. Your Honor, I do have hard copies if you'd like me to approach the bench and the witness counsel if it's helpful.
That would be helpful, Mr. Hyatt, please.
Okay.
And just to be clear, 507 is not on 600, right? This is a new.
Correct. This is a new exhibit
Okay.
from the box.com.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt.
Okay, so Mr. Harrington, can you see that this is the company's response? Discovery request suite 4-3.
Yes, that's correct.
This response is dated 2 days ago, August 27th, 2024, right?
Yes,
You sponsored this discovery response?
I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move for the mission of hearing Exhibit 507 into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Mr. Koshin, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith? Any objection to the admission of hearing Exhibit 507?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so
Wait, Ms. Lowry and Ms. Crampton? Ms. Lowry's shaking her head no, she has no objection, and Ms. Crampton? No objection, okay. Hearing Exhibit 507 has been admitted into evidence without any objections.
Mr. Harrington, as you explained in this discovery response, step one of your cost cap methodology results 5-year historical average revenue amount of $230.8 million, correct?
That's correct.
And as you acknowledge here, at step two, that $230.8 million increased by 2% each year.
Correct.
And in this discovery response, you also state that the company's actual revenues in 2022 were approximately $307 million, and its actual revenues in 2023 were approximately $299 million. Do you see that?
Yes, correct.
So the company's actual revenues the past 2 years greater than the $230.8 million historical 5-year average, correct?
Yes.
Under the company's approach of starting with that $230.8 million figure, escalating it by 2% each year, you acknowledge in this discovery response that it would take until the year 2037, the cost cap, to reach an amount that actually met or exceeded the company's actual 2022 revenues?
That's right. Starting with the 230.8 million as percent per year, by the time you get to 2037, under that calculation, would be the first time it reached the level there of the 2022 actual revenues.
Okay. You could take down here Exhibit 507 now. So Black Hills completed a gas rate case earlier this year, didn't it?
Yes.
In that rate case, didn't the commission approve a 2.5% or so increase in revenues?
Well, we have 3 different base rate areas, so it varies between the areas. Don't recall the specifics for each area.
Do you disagree with Mr. Brandt's testimony that said, I can pull it up if we need to, but that the rate case resulted in about 2.5% increase in revenues?
Yeah, I don't have data to verify. I cannot agree.
Okay. Well, if we could please then pull up here in Exhibit 502. Brandt's cross-answer testimony. .502. We go to page 9. And then lines 9 to 11. You see here, beginning on line 9, Mr. Harrington, Brandt's testimony stated BHCG recently had a rate case approved that is expected to increase revenues by approximately 2.5% moving forward. See that?
Yeah, I see that. Could you also scroll down to the footnote?
Footnote 17, you see that cites to decision number R24-0122 from March 4th, 2024.
Yeah, again, Mr. Hyde, we've got 3 different base rate areas, so the rate impact is specific to those 3 areas. I do know that there was ranging impacts for the 3 rate areas, so I can confirm that 2.5% is right.
Okay. So this rate case, or this cost cap methodology looks backwards in step 1. That's not going to capture the revenue increase, whatever percentage it may have been, that was approved in the company's recent rate case, will it?
No, I disagree. I think it will. And we also provided another response to Sweep 3-1, provides another analysis looking at forecasted revenues and to verify that the cost cap that we calculated is actually consistent with how we forecasted what our revenues would be.
When that revenue increase in the rate case goes into effect, at some point that will be captured in that 5-year historical look back, right?
Yeah, I didn't catch that. Can you repeat that?
So when the revenue increase that was approved in the recent rate case goes into effect, do you agree that at some point under this cost calculation methodology, that will be reflected? It's that 5-year historical average, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So our 5-year average used 2019 to 2023. Those new rates became effective in 22, so they would be included in that 5-year average.
But in the cost cap calculation for this actual clean heat plan, we have the numbers in the settlement agreement. We looked at those. Those numbers don't reflect revenue increase from the recent rate case, do they?
I disagree. I think they do. And like I said, we provided another analysis to Sweep in response to Discovery 3-1 that shows what our budgeted revenues are for 2025, 26, and 27. And our cost cap from the settlement agreement is very much in line with what our forecasted revenues are.
Mr. Harrington, I think we established earlier, step 1, we look at the 2019 to 2023 5-year historical average of revenues, right?
Correct.
Then that gets escalated by 2%, correct?
Correct.
If we have a rate case in 2024, how is that going to be reflected in the 2019 to 2023 5-year average? It just gets automatically increased by 2% every year.
Well, again, I mean, you look at the reasons why we do a 5-year average is in 2022 carrying into 2023, we had unusually high natural gas costs. So I think we're all aware of the high gas prices that we had, which resulted in our gas cost adjustments. It wasn't unique to the company. This was common with all gas utilities. Our GCA rates were really high due to the gas costs. So you see an anomaly here of 2022-3, which is why you take a 5-year average. But again, our own budgetary forecasts that we provided to Sweep confirm that the cost cap at the settlement agreement is in line with what we are budgeting for.
Okay. Now, do you recall that Sweep's approach for calculating the cost cap just used the 2023 actual revenues basis for the cost cap calculation?
That's correct.
All right, so let's briefly talk about actual cost cap numbers under the company's approach and Sweep's approach. So under the settlement agreement, there would be an overall 3-year cost cap of approximately $18.4 million.
Yes.
Because the company insists on not exceeding that cost cap, $18.4 million cost cap figure would also be the basis for the $18.4 million clean heat plan budget, right?
Yes.
We can now pull up here in Exhibit 500, which is Mr. Brandt's answer testimony. go to page 5, please. Scroll down lines 8 to 9. Number 4 here. Mr. Harrington, can you see that sweeps methodology would result in an annual cost cap of approximately $7.2 million?
Yeah, I think my understanding here, while it doesn't read that, is that $7.1 million is the 2025 budget amount. As budget amounts grow exponentially beyond.
Yeah, and for this purpose, this is talk about the cost cap calculation. I'm just asking you, for context here, to confirm that under sweeps approach, the annual cost cap each year would be $7.18 million. Right.
Well, again, my understanding of sweeps recommendation is that 7.1 is their recommendation for only 2025, not the other years program.
Okay, well, I don't think we need to debate sweeps proposal with you. So if I told you that sweeps position was cost cap figure of $7.2 million or so every year, could you just agree with me that for purposes of the next few questions?
Well,
Not the budget, just cost cap calculation.
well, the part that I don't agree is these are per year. The sweeps budget is far exceeds the $7.1 million. So yeah. But so I think I was struggling with you how you said cost cap per year.
Yeah,
that's not my understanding of sweeps proposals.
Yeah, for clarity for the record, I think there's a distinction between how you calculate the cost cap, what those results are, and then the budget, and then establish. In Black Hill's case, those are the same. Sweeps case, those are not the same. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I got some math I hope is relatively easy. If we took that $7.2 million cost cap figure, not a budget figure, multiply it by 3 to reflect the 3-year term of the plan and the settlement agreement, that would result in a 3-year cost cap total of about $21.6 million.
Came up with the same math.
Thank you. So the overall 3-year cost cap under the company's methodology, $18.4 million, and our sweeps approach, about $21.6 million for the cost cap, right?
Repeat that number, Mr. Hyatt.
Sure, I'll just re-ask the question. Mr. Harrington, would you agree that the overall 3-year cost cap calculation results in a number that's $18.4 million under the company's methodology, and under sweeps methodology, as we just discussed, the result for the total 3-year cost cap would be about $21.6 million?
Well, I don't know. I can't confirm that sweeps methodology. That wasn't my understanding. But, if you take 7.2 times 3, 21.6. But I didn't understand that to be sweeps methodology for the whole cost cap.
Maybe we can verify that with Mr. Brandt later. So even if the commission were to agree with the company that this clean heat plan should not exceed the cost cap, if the commission adopted sweeps cost cap methodology, which I'll clarify later, the company could spend about $3 million more in heat plan, couldn't it?
Yeah, I would say that if the commission modifies the determination of the cost cap, it could increase the budget amount.
To sum this up, would you agree that the commission were to decide that it's in the public interest to exceed the cost cap, this dispute and issue about how you calculate the cost cap becomes less important for this plan and less outcome determinative because the budget would not be set on that cost cap calculation? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I didn't
Sure.
quite follow that either.
Would you agree that the commission makes a decision in this case to exceed the cost cap? This issue of how you actually calculate the cost cap becomes less outcome determinative because that cost cap calculation is not going to just automatically determine budget then, would it?
I think I understand your question. I guess I would say that if the commission, again, there's 4 criteria in the statute that the commission has to follow before it exceeds the cost cap. If the commission determines that those 4 criteria are met, I do not believe they are, for sweeps proposal, then I think what you're asking is that the determination of a specific cost cap is somewhat irrelevant at that.
That was what I was trying to ask. I appreciate you
I would agree.
clarifying my less than clear question. All right, so let's switch gears now. We can take down this hearing exhibit. Let's talk about composition of the clean heat portfolio. Particularly, I think the big issue in this case is about beneficial electrification, or BE as we might refer to it here. To set the stage for this discussion, Black Hills Gas functions as a gas-only utility for most of its 207,000 customers, right?
For all of its 207. We are only a gas LDC.
But do you have approximately 2,000 customers who live in the Rocky Ford area who receive both electric and gas service?
Not from Black Hills Gas. But Black Hills Colorado Gas is a 100% only gas LDC company. We have a separate affiliate called Black Hills Colorado Electric, which is a separate legal entity that has an electric service territory in southern Colorado. And those two entities, separate entities, share a small group of overlapping customers of about 2,000 customers.
Okay. So Black Hills Gas provides dual fuel service to a few customers, but the vast majority of its customers, you function as a gas-only utility. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, that's incorrect. Again, Black Hills Gas is 100% gas only. There's no dual fuel customers with Black Hills Gas.
The settlement agreement then includes no BE programs other than the Rocky Ford BE pilot, right?
Correct.
Just for context, you're generally aware, aren't you, that the sweep portfolio would include significant amounts of beneficial electrification in addition to DSM?
Characterize it as excessive amounts over what we have.
Okay. At one point you made in your rebuttal and your settlement testimony that you believe it is unnecessary for Black Hills to offer any BE programs because the EPA recently awarded $328 million grants to Colorado climate action, and you say those grants could be used to help fund electrification, right?
You referenced my settlement testimony, is there?
Sure, yeah, we
is
can
there a
pull it
page
up.
there?
Let's see, it's Exhibit 112. Page 22, line 18 at the bottom of the page. Again, on line 18, Mr. Harrington, you see the sentence I discussed in my rebuttal testimony. Environmental Protection Agency recently awarded $328 million in grants to some Colorado agencies.
Okay, thank you. I see that. And question, please.
Yeah, so your point here, and you've raised it twice, that you believe it's unnecessary for Black Hills to offer electrification programs because that EPA funding you point to here could be used to help fund electrification, right?
Well, this is, one of many reasons that I cite, and I go on page 23 and cite many more reasons. This is one of the reasons.
Yeah, and we'll get to that. Hopefully get to that.
Okay.
Let's please pull up, if you could, from sweepsbox.com folder here in Exhibit 504. Clarity, this has not been admitted into evidence yet. Your Honor, may I approach and provide paper copies?
Yes, please. This was, you said 504?
Mr. Harrington, can you see that this is a Colorado Sun article dated July 23rd, 2024?
Yes.
The headline of this article is EPA grants $328 million for Colorado programs designed to slash greenhouse gas emissions, right?
Yes.
Can we please just slowly scroll down all 4 pages of this exhibit? All the counsel and the parties, Mr. Harrington, can see the entire document. Thank you. So, Mr. Harrington, this is the Colorado Sun article you cite to in your settlement and your rebuttal testimony. You discussed that $328 million funding, right?
Yes, it is.
So you've previously reviewed this article before today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move for the admission of hearing Exhibit 504 into evidence.
All right, Mr. Koshin,
No objection.
Frampton, no objection from UCA. Ms. Lowry? No objection from CEO. Mr. Smith?
No objection from staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Exhibit 504 will be admitted into evidence without objection.
So if we could go to page 2 of this article, please. Here in the second paragraph, doesn't this article state, quote, the Denver Regional Council of Governments will receive $199.7 million. Colorado Energy Office was granted $129 million. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Are you generally familiar with the Denver Regional Council of Governments, or Dr. COG as it's often called?
No, I'm not.
Would it surprise you if I told you the Denver Regional Council of Governments planning organization for the Denver metro area?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
Isn't it the case that a significant portion of Black Hills gas customers live outside the Denver metro area?
Depends on your definition. We have a large service territory in Castle Rock with our growing metropolitan area that is quickly becoming seamless. So it kind of depends on your definition, but we do have a large population customer base in Castle Rock.
So if more than half of that $328 million in federal funding is going to Denver Regional Council of Governments, those funds are likely not going to be spent most of Black Hills service territory, other than perhaps Castle Rock. Right?
Yeah, I'm not sure with how they operate, what their rules are, what their programs are. I'm not sure.
So if we go down now to the sixth paragraph on page 2, doesn't this paragraph state that, quote, the Colorado Energy Office programs will seek to reduce emissions from landfills, coal mines, large commercial buildings, and transportation? See that?
I do.
So for the remaining portion of that $328 million, doesn't sound like the Energy Office plans to use those funds for electrification of individual homes and residential customers, does it?
Based on what that says, targeting large commercial buildings, transportation.
Okay. We can take down this hearing exhibit now. Thank you. So now, Mr. Harrington, you noted you had other objections to be. And across your testimony, I've identified, I think, 5 kind of overall categories of objections. I'd like to talk about those with you now. The first issue I'd like to discuss is your position that it would be just inappropriate for a gas-only utility like Black Hills to offer BE incentives in a clean heat plan. Do you recall that general line of argument?
Yeah, I mean, there's several components to that theme of arguments, but yes.
In general, your position is that because Black Hills Gas does not provide electric service, unable to offer electrification programs to its customers.
Unable, unlawful, a host of reasons why it's not appropriate for Black Hills Colorado Gas to offer electrification programs.
Let's anticipate my next question. Would you agree that this issue, this actual kind of sub-issue of the objection, involves ultimately a legal issue?
Part of it does, certainly part of it does. And I know my legal counsel will address it on their statement of positions. But there's a whole lot of policy issues that are also at play with the commission needs to address as well.
Okay. So we're not going to talk about the legal issues today, thankfully, but we will talk about some of the policy issues. But in the company's direct case, or your initial filing, none of the clean heat portfolios you presented included beneficial electrification other than the Rocky Ford pilot, correct?
No, our preferred portfolio did not include. We did produce some scenarios or other portfolios that did include it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. But after you filed your direct testimony, didn't the commission order the company to file supplemental direct testimony to analyze the scenario where Black Hills did offer BE incentives in this clean heat plan? Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could please now pull up here in Exhibit 505 from sweepsbox.com folder. Mr. Harrington, can you see here on page 1 that this is decision number C240-148I?
Yes.
And isn't this a decision in this case where the commission ordered Black Hills to submit supplemental direct testimony?
Yes, correct.
You've previously reviewed this decision, right?
Yes, I have.
So if we could scroll down now to page 4, please. You see the section here that discusses beneficial electrification. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And if you could please, if you haven't done it already, just review paragraph 10 and let me know when you're finished.
Yep, I've read it. All good.
That's ahead of me again. So in the last sentence of paragraph 10 here, doesn't the commission state here generally that SB 21-264 lists beneficial electrification as a clean heat resource, and the statute does not differentiate gas-only dual fuel utilities, right?
Well, again, I think our attorneys will probably address that on statements of positions. Electrification is an eligible resource identified in the statute. The statute does not distinguish between gas or electric, but as I know, our attorneys will address the challenges, the legal framework with requiring a gas-only utility to fund its own customers to leave creates a significant legal challenge, in addition to all the policy problems that have come with forcing gas customers to leave.
Even after the commission issued this decision, the company continued to insist in its testimony, and you're continuing to insist today in the stand, electrification is not a tool that's available to a gas-only utility. Right?
Absolutely.
All right, we could take down this hearing exhibit. Black Hills is not Colorado's only gas-only utility.
There are 3 regulated gas-only utilities in Colorado. And then Public Service Company of Colorado has an electric division, a gas division, and a steam division.
Thank you. So are you aware then, Public Service, you noted, has a gas division. Public Service provides gas-only service to approximately 425,000 or so customers.
I don't know their numbers.
Okay. Are you aware that Xcel's gas utility is actually Colorado's largest gas-only utility?
Yeah, I disagree with the characterization that they're a gas-only utility. Their legal structure is Public Service Company of Colorado, and they have a gas division, electric division, and a steam division. They do not have a gas-only LDC similar to Black Hills Colorado Gas.
Okay.
That is an apples and oranges comparison.
Did you know that this issue we're discussing here about whether it's appropriate for a gas-only utility to offer BE? Let me rephrase. Do you know that the issue we're discussing here about whether it's appropriate for a utility that provides only gas to a subset of its customers? That's also an issue in the Public Service Clean Heat Plan.
Yeah, I think those issues are very different, and they're not transferable or related to this proceeding at all. Public Service is an entirely different setup, entirely different legal structure. They are not a gas-only LDC. They are nothing like Black Hills Colorado Gas. And so what the Commission finds in its decision related to Public Service has no bearing on what the Commission can find related to Black Hills Colorado Gas.
Are you aware then that in that public service decision, the Commission ordered public service to provide BE incentives to its customers that it only provides gas to over that utility's objections?
I recall, in the R decision that we were discussing earlier, there's some clarifying language that the commission included in the R. I don't recall exactly what the language is, but I believe it's that their clean heat plan would be applicable or paid for by all of their customers.
Okay, let's move on. Another category of objection you raise against beneficial electrification. Your belief that it's just too complicated for Black Hills because there are 23 different electric utilities that serve your gas customers. Generally recall those arguments?
Yeah, again, I think that there's a lot of subcomponents to that argument. We identified, all the different electric utility providers that overlap with our customers. And again, the statutory framework has requirements or conditions that must be met. And the evidence here in the record does not support that there would be any kind of net emission reductions. Working with 23 different electric providers would not result in a showing that there would be net emission reductions from an electrification plan. So there's a lot of problems, that we face with 23 different electric providers, in addition to the administrative challenges of contacting them and working with them. And there's a lot of subcomponents that number of electric providers, creates challenges for us.
Okay. But isn't it the case that approximately 70% or so of Black Hills residential customers receive electric service from just 5 of those 23 different electric utilities?
I think I recall that in Sweet's testimony. I think we may have provided some discovery on that. That sounds generally right.
So if the Commission ordered the company to implement a targeted BE program, could offer a program to most customers, only have to coordinate and validate data with 5 or fewer electric utilities, couldn't it?
Well, I would disagree. That violates cost recovery principles, and you're going to make all customers pay for something they can't all benefit in. So there's a lot of problems with that construct that I don't think is appropriate.
Okay, another issue you raised objecting to BE is your claim that BE will result in less greenhouse gas reductions in the company's preferred portfolio. Do you recall that?
Do not recall that. Maybe you could rephrase that or point me somewhere.
Sure. Do you recall, and if we need to, we can pull it up, but do you recall that in your supplemental direct testimony, responded to that commission order we discussed earlier about modeling BE? In that testimony, you noted that including BE in the clean heat plan would result in a net increase in greenhouse gas emissions, and that's because, in your view, shifting consumption from gas to electric increases emissions. You generally recall that?
Maybe you could help jog my memory and
Okay.
help me find where you're reading it.
All right, yes. Let's pull up then Exhibit 106, which is Mr. Harrington's supplemental direct testimony. Go to page 18, lines 12 to 15. Mr. Harrington, can you see here the position that both electrification scenarios that you modeled in supplemental direct result in less emission reductions compared to the company's preferred plan?
Yes.
If we go now to page 17 of this document, here at the bottom right there, present electrification net emissions impact analysis, which shows increase net emissions in the 2 scenarios you modeled that included BE, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And would Mr. Cottrell be the witness to ask about some of the technical details of the company's supplemental direct modeling?
Yes, he would. He filed supplemental testimony as well. Conducted the modeling for us.
Okay. Now, SWEEP, you're aware, disagrees with the company's conclusion that BE results in a net increase in greenhouse gas emissions. You're aware of that, right?
Not generally, no. Yeah, no, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Do you recall SWEEP witness while Ange's analysis in this case that concluded that by installing heat pumps, all Black Hills customers would see a net reduction in greenhouse gases, even when you account for the increased electricity usage?
I don't recall his testimony, but I'm assuming you're reading it correct.
Okay. Do you recall that in its decision regarding the public service clean heat plan, the Commission concluded that BE and DSM represent the best path forward for emission reductions for that utility?
I don't recall that, reading that decision.
Are you aware that in the state's greenhouse gas reduction roadmap, first one, the 2021 document, 1.0, one of the 5 pillars for statewide decarbonization is electrification?
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I recall that.
Mr. Hyatt, I want to interrupt for a moment. It's about 10:30. Our court reporter needs to take a break. We need to take a break. First of all, is this a good point to break?
This is a good point, yes. I was going to remove my last topic, and we'll keep it to 15 minutes, but if you want to break, now would be.
I think my court reporter's signaling that she needs to stretch her hands for a little bit.
Okay.
So if we don't mind taking a quick break right now, and then you can sit about 15 more minutes after that. Yeah, I think another 15 would be a little too long. So
Okay.
let's take a break right now, do 10 minutes, and come back at 10:40. We are in recess until 10:40. Hey, Steph, do you have a quick question? No, I have to have this thing plugged in. What that is? That's if you're gonna plug into a network. Yeah. But we don't have a network. That's just your power. Yeah. You're good. Oh. A better lighting, right? I mean, if you're supposed to look at documents. Sorry, I'm short and I can't reach the floor to put myself in. Before we get going, I want to make sure we have our court reporter back. Harriet, are you there? Tracy? Yeah, saw that. Okay, we're going to need to just wait a minute. Our court reporter had an issue, and so there's that our other court reporter Harriet has joined the call yet.
While we wait, how much time?
Oh, wait, Harriet just texted me a second. Let me check. How much time did you have on the crossing?
I had 75 minutes. I think I had, according to my watch here, like about 14 minutes left, but the clarity on that would be helpful. Thank you.
I think we started your cross at around, I want to say 9:20. Does that sound right?
It's, I think it was 9:28.
So almost 9:30. Okay. So by that measure, you've got about 5 minutes. But no, we stopped at 10:30. Yeah, you got about 15. Does that sound right to you, Mr. Koshin? I kind of lost track.
I'll be honest, Your Honor, I didn't even track when he started.
Just say you're good for now. Right? If we hit like the hour and a half, 2 hour mark, I might say something. Right. And Harriet just texted me that she's having trouble getting. So we're just gonna have to wait a minute, okay? Yeah, why don't you try that? She said she was having trouble getting on with the computer, but yeah, try. Oh, she did? There we go. Connecting. Okay. Okay. Harriet, just let us know when you're up and ready to go, okay?
I just heard that, Alenka. I'm sorry. Let me, sorry about this.
No
I hope
worries.
you,
I
I hope you
appreciate
haven't
jumping
gone,
in.
I had just gotten on. I hope you hadn't gone too far. But we can get it off the recording. Hold on.
No, don't worry. Do what you need to and tell me when you're ready. We're waiting for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right. Then let's go back on the record. In proceeding number 23A-0633G, this is Black Hills, Colorado Gas's application for approval of its clean heat plan, and we're here on the motion for approval of the settlement agreement. Hyatt was cross-examining Mr. Harrington. You may please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Harrington, the last topic we'll discuss in a few minutes here is your claim that you oppose beneficial electrification because, in your view, PE is not cost-effective. You recall those lines of arguments generally?
I do not recall those.
Okay. Well, let's pull up then Exhibit 106, please. Harrington's direct testimony. There are page 19, if we could. Lines 8 to 9. Mr. Harrington, you see here, he testified. However, as described in the company's direct filing, beneficial electrification, not a cost-effective resource, results in lower emission reductions, staying within the cost cap as compared to the company's preferred plan. See that?
See that.
So is it your position that BE is not a cost-effective resource for reducing a gas utility's greenhouse gas emissions?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Sure. Is it your position, isn't it, beneficial electrification is not a cost-effective resource to reduce a gas-only utility's greenhouse gas emissions compared to other clean heat resources?
As we've modeled here, and Mr. Cottrell could certainly help with the details of the modeling, but as we've modeled here in the supplemental testimony, it was not a cost-effective resource to lower emissions.
Okay. For context, you're aware, aren't you, that Sweet's analysis in this case concluded that BE is the lowest cost clean heat resource available to Black Hills. Aware of that?
You don't recall if it's the lowest cost, your question there, but I do recall they Sweep does claim it's cost effective.
We could please pull up now here in Exhibit 110 is Mr. Cottrell's rebuttal testimony. Go to page 12, please. All right, so beginning on line 7 here, you see that Mr. Cottrell notes Sweep recommends excluding hydrogen, AMLD, and RNG in heat plan, instead maximizing investments, the lowest cost resource, DSM and BE. See that?
What it looks like here is Mr. Cottrell's just summarizing or paraphrasing what Grant Tony said.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify the context. Would you agree that's what Mr. Cottrell stated in that sense?
Yes.
And then the next Q&A here, Mr. Cottrell disagrees with SWEEP's recommendation, right?
Correct.
But in the sentence of that answer there that begins on line 13, doesn't Mr. Cottrell state that, quote, though I recognize that DSM BE resources may be cheaper than some other portfolio options, these two resources rely on customer behaviors, introduce performance risks that I spoke to previously in my rebuttal testimony. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So in this sentence, Mr. Cottrell acknowledges that BE may be cheaper than other clean heat resources, doesn't he?
He does.
All right, we can take down this exhibit. Are you aware, Mr. Harrington, that his decision regarding that public service clean heat plan, the Commission found that BE is a cost-effective clean heat resource, that utility?
I don't recall reading that.
Okay. Well, if we could please pull up from sweepsbox.com folder here in Exhibit 506. Mr. Harrington, can you see on page 1 here, this is the Commission's June 10th, 2024 decision in the Public Service Clean Heat Plan. Record is decision number C240397. See that?
Yes, I do.
And this is a decision we've discussed several times already this morning, isn't it?
Yes.
And you testified earlier that you don't think you've reviewed this decision in the past?
Yeah, I don't recall reading this one. I know I've read the Triple R decision. I don't recall that.
If we could scroll down now to page 53, to the bottom of that page. Just to set the context for the table on the next page where I'm going to point your attention to, can you see in the last two sentences of this page, states, we find that the company's flex-based portfolio, modified as described, has a reasonable balance between emission reductions and cost to ratepayers. We therefore approve the following budgets, parentheses, in millions of dollars. See that?
Yeah.
All right. We can go down to the next page. Here at the top of this page, 54, you see there's a table here that lists clean heat budgets the Commission approved for public service. See that?
I do.
I have a few questions, so please just take a second and familiarize yourself with this table.
Okay, ready?
All right, so if we look at the far right column, this shows the total budgets for the 4-year term of that public service clean heat plan, right?
Yes.
And in that total column, do you see in the second row that the Commission approved an additional electrification budget, $252.1 million?
See that?
If you go down to the bottom of that total column, you see that the total allowable clean heat budget for public service, $440.5 million. See that? So that's a total allowable budget, approximately $440 million. BE budget is approximately $252 million. That means that more than half of public services clean heat budget is dedicated to beneficial electrification, isn't it?
Yes.
Trying to keep the math.
Yeah.
More than half. Do you agree with that?
I agree. It's more than half.
All right. If you can now please pull up here in Exhibit 111 again, which is the settlement agreement. Go to page 8. Table 1 here shows a similar table, the clean heat budgets under the settlement agreement in this case, correct?
Correct.
And if we look at the total column on the far right here, we see that the total overall spending on the Rocky Ford BE pilot, $100,000, right?
That's right.
And again, that's the only BE program in the settlement agreement, right?
Yes.
If we go down to the bottom of the total column, total overall clean heat budget, approximately $18.3 million, correct?
Correct.
So if the total budget in the settlement agreement here is approximately $18 million, BE budget $100,000, doesn't that mean that less than 1% Black Hills clean heat budget would be dedicated to BE?
That it's about 0.5%.
Thank you.
Less than 1%.
So in June, the Commission ordered Public Service to implement a clean heat plan that would spend the majority of that budget on BE. Black Hills is now asking this Commission to approve a clean heat plan that would spend less than 1% of the plan's budget on BE. Right?
Well, again, as we discussed, there's significant differences between a dual fuel utility and a gas-only utility. It is not possible for us to achieve or to even propose or implement a plan with significant electrification as Public Service has.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harrington. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hyatt. I had just one clarification question I wanted to ask of you, Mr. Harrington. You had indicated, at one point you said that a gas-only utility such as Black Hills Colorado Gas would be unable to, and it would be unlawful for it to incorporate beneficial electrification into its clean heat plan. Can you tell me why you think it's unlawful and what you are relying on to make that determination?
Well, again, our attorneys are going to address that on their statements of position, so I don't want to get too much into legal.
To the extent you can. I know you're not a lawyer. I don't think. Are you a lawyer? I don't know.
No, I'm not. Save my lawyer joke for later.
Thank you. There's a lot in the room. That would be appreciated.
I think in our view, it really comes to an issue of takings question, whether or not you can take away customers from the utility who has the obligation to serve our gas customers. We have a CPCN that Commission has approved to allow us to serve our customers. And when a gas-only utility does not have commensurate benefits of electrification, it becomes a serious problem. It becomes a serious legal problem. It becomes a serious public policy problem on why and who your gas-only customers should be funding other customers to leave. It becomes a very difficult decision for the Commission, and we really don't think it's appropriate to implement mass electrification programs for gas-only LDC.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harrington. That was very helpful. Are there any statutes or rules that you, I understand you're talking about a public policy issue and general takings. Is there a statute or a rule that you're pointing to as well that would also make it illegal?
I'd have to refer to our counsel on their,
that's fine.
In our SOP on that.
Okay. That was just something that popped up, and I just wanted to know where you were coming from. Okay. That was really the only clarification question I had. The rest of it, Mr. Hyatt did a fine job of clarifying everything, and I think I have a good understanding of your position. All right. Mr. Hyatt, having concluded his cross, Mr. Potion, do you have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor. Just a handful of questions.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Mr. Harrington, we were just talking, you were just talking a minute ago with the ALJ regarding the obligation to serve. Can you describe a little bit what that means?
Yeah, again, we, as a gas-only LDC, we have the CPCN service territory that the Commission has granted. We are the exclusive provider. We have the right to serve customers within our territory. When a customer requests natural gas service, we cannot turn them away. We have the obligation of connecting them providing them service. We cannot discriminate against our customers. We have the obligation to serve those customers if they call and request service.
What happens if the company turns away customers?
Usually the commission will get a lot of complaints if we turn away customers. And then there could be, challenges again of forcing the company to serve them if we have that obligation to serve.
Could the company lose its CN to serve a territory?
It definitely could, yes.
We were talking a second ago about electrification and the impacts. Would you describe electrification as effectively eliminating CN for the company?
Certainly could be considered that way, absolutely.
You were asked a series of questions by Mr. Hyatt at the outset, talking about energy efficiency and company's implementation of energy efficiency. Do you know how long the company has implemented its DSM programs, plans?
Right, we talked about that this is the inaugural program. Many of these are new programs, but energy efficiency, the company's had a long history of implementing energy efficiency. We've implemented energy efficiency plans for at least 10 years that I'm aware of, likely 10 years that we've implemented energy efficiency programs.
You believe that the company's energy efficiency programs are successful?
Yes, we do a good job of educating, communicating with our customers, and giving them the information of letting them make the choice and the decision on whether or not they want to adopt any of the incentive measures that we provide.
You were asked a series of questions, again, towards the beginning of your cross-examination time, talking about the statute and the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Does the settlement agreement reduce greenhouse gas?
It does, and we were looking at that chart in my testimony. The greenhouse gas emissions are a reduction from what we are forecasting the emissions to be.
Right. You also, well, let me do this. You were asked a question, and you expressed that hitting the clean heat targets that are in statute would be unachievable. Do you recall that discussion?
Oh, yes.
You would agree with me that it's unachievable under the statutory cap, correct?
Certainly, well, they're unachievable with or without the cap, but certainly with the cap, they're even more unachievable.
Could the company tomorrow disconnect 50% of its customers and hit the greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets?
Well, I don't think we could. We've got an obligation to serve. If we did disconnect a third of our customers or half of our customers, we would likely achieve the.
You were asked a series of questions about DSM as well, and you would agree with me that more money invested in DSM, electrification, programs where customers have to take up the program does not necessarily always mean more reductions, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And this is an important distinction between our programs and the programs that SWEEP is advocating for. We feel like it's important to attack or address emissions across the entire natural gas delivery system. Under SWEEP's proposal, they put all their eggs in one basket, which essentially means that all customers would be you would rely on customers to adopt various measures, which takes out a lot of the ability of the company to control and even achieve. Under SWEEP's proposal, it requires customer adoption under some very significant energy efficiency and electrification measures that we don't think are possible.
Now, we talked a lot this morning, and hearing exhibits were put up on the screen introducing Piasco's decision. Let me ask you this. As far as you know, even with the commission increasing the budget for Piesco and potentially, I think the information introduced was about 50% went towards electrification. Is Piesco slated to meet the 2025 target?
Despite the fact that the commission is raising their budgets above the cost cap, they are not achieving the emission reduction targets.
And that's 2025 or 2030?
Both.
Let's talk about the other gas-only utility in Colorado, Atmos Energy. Are you familiar with their clean heat plan proceeding?
Yes, I have, and I've read their settlement agreement, which is pending also before the commission.
And do you believe that Atmos Energy is slated to hit its 2025 target or 2030 target?
They are not.
Does SWEEP's portfolio achieve the 2025 target?
It does not.
Does SWEEP's portfolio achieve the 2030 target?
It does not.
So how can you explain no utility in Colorado achieving the target, even based on intervener proposals?
So it underlines the importance of the cost cap. As I've testified, the statutory objectives and the statutory goals were unachievable from the start. We've been very clear about that from the introduction of this bill in the legislature. And so when you have unrealistic goals, it is very important to have cost caps and protections to customers. Otherwise, the cost to customers can balloon to excessive amounts, and you still don't even achieve the targets.
Let me ask you a follow-up on that. You just said it was important to the company, the cost cap, and you were asked a series of questions about the cost cap. Who else filed testimony in this proceeding supporting the cost cap?
Well, all the settling parties have agreed to a cost cap. Colorado Energy Office, Consumer Advocate, and staff of the commission.
You were asked a series of questions about the budget, the $230.8 million that was in Hearing Exhibit 507. Can we please pull up Hearing Exhibit 507? We could go down. And so the $230.8 million that's reflected in the response there, third line down, that's the budget, the start of the budget, and every year there's a 2% increase, correct?
Correct.
Now in 2021, the revenues for 2021 is substantially below that budget number, correct?
Correct.
You testified a little bit about the fluctuation in revenues. What's the purpose of doing a 5-year averaging?
Well, right, and like I mentioned, we provided also information that showed what our budgeted revenues are for the next several years. And again, given the volatility in the natural gas prices, that's what you're seeing here with the volatility in the revenue change. It's unreasonable to expect that the high level in 2022 would continue over. In fact, our own budgets not show that. We provided that discovery to the information to SWEEP in response to 3-1.
Can we pull from the company's box Hearing Exhibit 113, please? Not sure what it is.
I had to ask whether I could explain it to me.
Mr. Harrington, can you tell us what this is?
This is a response that we provided in discovery where we provide on the bottom section there our budgeted or forecasted operating revenues. We provided our 2024 forecasted operating revenues, 2025, 26, and 27. Operating revenues are forecasted number of customers. So this is what we are currently budgeting for. And then on the far right-hand side, calculated if you take our 2025, what we're forecasting our revenues to be, multiplied by the cost cap of 2.5%. For those 3 years, you get 18.6 million. And then you see the numbers for the settlement agreement. So this is another validation or another way of calculating the cost cap using different assumptions and different data. Again, to prove out that budget that we have agreed to with the settling parties is a reasonable budget compared to even what we are forecasting our operating revenues to be.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of hearing exhibit 113.
Thank you, Mr. Koshin.
Your Honor, I will object pending, I guess, additional information. If you could see the main text of this discovery response, and what I'm curious is, a column here in the far right that says settlement agreement. Might be wrong, but I don't recall this discovery response coming in before the settlement agreement was filed. So if we could just see the context, what this attachment, which particular discovery response and that text that was attached to the date of that, would be helpful.
So maybe I can clarify it through a couple questions, if that's all right.
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Harrington, can you describe how you put this together or what this is from start to the current version?
Correct. There were 2 discovery responses. One was a discovery question here, 23-1, that provided or asked for our operating revenues. We amended this response, provided the data to the amended attachment to the response. And then the far right-hand column there, what I've included to show using this information to help demonstrate the reasonableness again of the settlement agreement.
So you took the attachment that was provided in response to the discovery and updated it to reflect settlement information, and is the column H new, the 2.5%, and column I new in that attachment?
Yeah, the information that would be new here is column H, column I, and then the line there that says sweeps budget. Yeah, the line there that says
Line 13?
budget. Line 13, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And so the intent of providing the comparison of sweep to the 2.5, what was the intent of doing that work?
Well, again, there's lots of methods, to calculate what a budget under the cost cap would be. We proposed an initial method. Staff proposed looking at a 5-year average. This is another method of looking at companies' forecasted operating revenues. So these are the forecasted operating revenues that we provided. Take those times the cost cap. You get very similar numbers to what we agreed to with the settling parties as the budget.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Please, go ahead, Mr. Hyatt.
I think sweep would renew its objection. I think we just heard this is new analysis, which is being presented for the first time on redirected Mr. Harrington analysis, at least in part we haven't seen. I think the heading is potentially misleading. It suggests this is discovery response we have all received, and it sounds like this is actually a modified discovery response that does contain some new data. Also object on the grounds I'm not sure how relevant it is at this point in this proceeding, where the issue is the cost cap methodology and the settlement agreement meets proposal. To the extent this illustrates different cost cap methodologies, I think it's irrelevant to the decision at this point. We renew our objection.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Ms. Lowry, do you have any objection to this? 113. No objection from Ms. Lowry. Ms. Hampton? No objection from Mr. Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection. I think I understand that there's some issues with it. I think those are things you can point out your SOP, and I will take it under advisement and consider it for the weight of the importance of the exhibit. But from my perspective, as I look at it, it does seem to be relevant and it does seem to be helpful analysis and helpful comparison. So take the SOP as the opportunity to point out any things that you think are inappropriate about it. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harrington, one additional question for you. There is a bit of confusion about $7.2 million being sweep's budget or not being sweep's budget. Could we pull up hearing exhibit 5?
And just to backtrack for 1 second, because I don't think I actually said it, but hearing exhibit 113 is then admitted over objection. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And could we go down to page 47, please? And if we go down to the bottom, table JB4, is this the basis of your confusion, Mr. Harrington?
Well, I did not understand SWEEP's position to be that of what their proposed cost cap. They're recommending budgets that are significantly higher than the 7.1. That was part of my confusion. I wasn't clear. I did not understand what their position was on the cost cap for the entire portfolio.
How does SWEEP's total budget compare to the settled budget?
Significantly higher. Do the math there if you're just looking at years 25, 26, and 27 now, but it's significantly higher than what we've proposed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Koshin. Right, I believe Mr. Harrington. Nobody has anything else, Mr. Harrington? You can then be excused. Thank you for your testimony. Next witness, Mr. Koshin.
The company calls Maria Gardunia to the stand.
All right, Ms. Gardunia, if you go ahead and raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You could go ahead, take a seat, and state your name and spell your name for the record.
Ms. Gardunia, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I didn't hear her name or anything. I'm sorry.
Oh, make sure. Try that again. Let's start from the beginning again. Did you hear her oath being sworn in?
I heard her being called, but when you asked her to spell her name, I didn't hear that, or say her name. I didn't hear that at all. Sorry.
Gardunia, if you can make sure the microphone's on and keep it close to you. It doesn't pick up if you're too far away.
Maria Gardunia, Maria Garduna.
Ms. Gardunia, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Black Hills Service Company. I'm the Sustainability and Climate Manager.
And two exhibits were previously entered into the record or admitted into the record. Hearing Exhibit 102 is your direct testimony that was filed in this proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
And hearing Exhibit 109 is your rebuttal testimony filed in this proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
And those are the only two pieces of testimony you filed?
That is correct.
This witness is available for cross, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Koshin.
Good morning, Ms. Gardunia.
Before you start though, I just want to make sure that none of the other parties to the settlement agreement had any questions for Ms. Gardunia. Ms. Lowry shaking her head no. Ms. Crampton is shaking her head no. Mr. Smith?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I just want to make sure we have a nice, clean, clear record. Go ahead.
My apologies. Good morning, Ms. Gardunia. It's good to meet you.
Good morning.
My name is Robert Ragonin, and I'll be asking you questions today on behalf of Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, or SWEEP. And I wanted to discuss renewable natural gas, or RNG, with you today. Specifically, let's talk about the emission abatement costs of RNG. We could please pull up hearing exhibit 109, which is Ms. Gardunia's rebuttal testimony, and turn to page 11. So, as you state on line 1, the company included an initial abatement cost of 1,206 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, or MTCO2e, right?
That's correct. It's an abatement cost, so $1,206 per metric ton of CO2e.
But scrolling down to line 15, the company provided an updated abatement cost of 329 MTCO2e, right?
$392 per metric ton.
Now, as you explained in your rebuttal testimony, this update was a result of updated developer information received after filing direct testimony, right?
That is correct.
We could please pull up hearing exhibit 509 from sweetsbox.com folder. I also have paper copies to provide to Your Honor and the witness. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you. Oh, okay, where is it?
Now, Ms. Gardunia, this is the company's response to discovery request SWEEP 4-1.
That is correct.
And if we could scroll down slightly. And you are the sponsor of this discovery response.
That is correct.
And this discovery response is dated August 27th, 2024.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move hearing exhibit 509 into evidence.
Motion?
No objection.
Ms. Lowry, Ms. Crampton, any objections? Both shaking their heads no. Ross? Or Mr. Smith? Why do I keep doing that? I'm so sorry.
That's all right, Your Honor. No objection from staff.
Okay, thank you. So exhibit 509 will be admitted into evidence without objection.
So, Ms. Gardunia, as you state in this discovery response, the company's initial abatement cost of 1,206 MTCO2e was based off of a single developer.
That is correct.
Because this was the only complete combination of pricing and recovered methane information that the company received.
Through the RFI process, that is correct.
And after the company's initial filing, it received recovered methane credit estimates from a different developer.
Right.
How did the company develop this updated emission abatement cost?
We essentially used the pricing that we obtained through the RFI information and then utilized the newly provided recovered methane credit generation information from the second developer to calculate an updated abatement for RNG.
Thanks, Ms. Gardunia. I'm trying to figure out how the company came up with this new figure, so it's clear for the record. So to be clear, when you say utilized, are you saying that the company took an average of the costs?
No, we used only the recovered methane credit information from the second developer because it was at a more competitive abatement cost price point.
So what you're saying then is the company took the lower emission abatement cost now.
That is correct.
Now, you would agree that the company had limited information about RNG abatement costs.
As far as dollars per metric ton of CO2e following the AQCC protocols, we had 2 developers we were able to develop that information from out of 8 RFI responses.
I think you might have answered this question already, but let me just reiterate. And because these costs are based on that RFI, well, let me ask that question first. These costs are based on that RFI, right?
That is correct.
And there aren't any guarantees of any future supply that will be available to the company. Well, is it there?
The intent of the RFI was for developers to provide information to Colorado LDCs to help inform the clean heat plan modeling. There are no contractual obligations from those developers on what they're required to supply to developers in the future.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Gardenia, I don't have any questions for you, I don't believe. Mr. Koshin, did you have any redirect of Ms. Gardenia?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Gardenia, thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. You may be excused. Next witness, Mr. Koshin.
The company calls Mr. Andrew Cottrell to the stand.
Okay. Raise your right hand, Mr. Cottrell. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thank you. Make sure the mic is on, speak clearly into it, and please state your name and spell it for the record.
Andrew Cottrell, ANDREW, COTTRELL.
Mr. Cottrell, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I work for Scott Madden as a partner in the energy practice.
And did you prepare and have filed testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
So we've had a number of hearing exhibits admitted into the record. Is hearing exhibit 104 your direct testimony and attachment?
It is.
And then hearing 107 is your supplemental direct testimony and attachments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And hearing 110, hearing exhibit 110 is your rebuttal testimony and attachments.
That is correct.
And those are the only pieces of testimony that you submitted in this proceeding, correct?
Correct, those 3.
Witnesses available for cross-examination, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Koshin. Ms. Crampton, do you have any questions of Mr. Cottrell? Ms. Lowry, no. Shaking your head no as well. Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right, I guess then go ahead. Cross-examine Mr. Cottrell.
Your Honor, before I start, just time check. I think we've reserved 45 minutes. So we have a hard stop at noon, or should we plan on 45?
My preference would be let's try and get him done. I mean, unless everybody, somebody's going to die of hypoglycemia or something, let me know. But if we could go and try and get him done before lunch, I think it'd be fine to take a break at 12:30. Carrie, does that work for you?
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Cottrell. My name is Michael Hyatt. I'm going to be asking you questions today on behalf of Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, or SWEEP. So you, Mr. Cottrell, sponsored the company's cost-effectiveness analysis for this clean heat plant. That is correct. In the company's direct case, you examine the net benefits of 5 different types of clean heat resources?
That is correct, yes.
But in the company's direct filing, did not analyze and model beneficial electrification other than the company's Rocky Ford BE pilot. Is that right?
In the direct case, we only modeled the Rocky Ford pilot.
That Rocky Ford pilot would apply to approximately 2,000 customers in the Rocky Ford area that receive both electric and gas service from Black Hills.
That is correct.
After the company's direct filing, the Commission ordered Black Hills to go back and also model scenarios that included additional BE clean heat portfolio. Do you recall that?
In supplemental testimony, correct. We modeled additional beneficial electrification scenarios.
So you applied with that order and you modeled 2 BE scenarios. One scenario was fully electrified space heating. This involved replacing gas equipment entirely with heat. Is that right?
Heat pumps and heat pump water heaters, correct.
Second scenario was a hybrid scenario, partially electrified space heating. So in that scenario, the customer would install a heat pump or heat pump water heater, keep a gas furnace as a backup. Is that right?
Correct. It kept the existing furnace as their backup their backup heating system. Correct.
All right, if we can now please pull up here in Exhibit 107, which is Mr. Cottrell's supplemental direct testimony. Go to page 9, please. All right, so Mr. Cottrell, one table. There's 2 tables on this page that show the results, some of your supplemental direct modeling. Do you see those 2 tables?
I do. I see both.
Okay. If we could scroll in or zoom in, excuse me. Top table, table AWC4, the top of page 9 here. The table shows that according to your modeling, BE is not cost effective in both the full and the hybrid electrification scenarios, right?
In those scenarios, as modeled with that program design, that is correct. Yeah.
Scroll down now, the bottom of that page, table AWC5. This table shows that according to your modeling, full electrification scenario would cost $308 per ton of CO2e reduced, correct?
That is correct.
And the hybrid scenario would cost $582 per ton of CO2e reduced.
That is correct.
Let's talk now about how Black Hills modeled costs of beneficial electrification. So one assumption the company made is that it would need to provide an incentive to customers that covers the full cost of installing a heat pump for all customers. That means it did not assume it would provide an incentive that covered the incremental costs of installing a heat pump. Is that right?
Correct. The program design was based on the significant challenges and hurdles associated with fuel switching and electrification for customers. So it covered the full cost of the equipment and installation. That's correct.
Are you aware that in SWEEP's proposal in this case, the company would only need to provide incentives that cover the full cost of a heat pump for income qualified customers, not all customers?
I'm aware of their proposal, correct.
All right, if we could please pull up now here in Exhibit 110, which is Mr. Cottrell's rebuttal testimony. Go to page 14. Exhibit 110. Page 14. Scroll down to line 18. Mr. Cottrell, can you just please review the first paragraph here of this answer? Starts here on line 18, and let me know when you're finished.
Okay, all right.
So in this answer, you respond to Sweet's critique. You state that it is reasonable to assume that Black Hills would have to provide an incentive that covers the full cost of electrification for all customers. That's going to be necessary to influence customer decisions and achieve participation. Is that right?
Yes, I stated that there's a lot of awareness and other barriers due to customer adoption. Some recent history has shown that there are hurdles to electrification adoption in customers. So at this stage, where it's still pretty early in electrification, that full incentives are required, yes.
I realize you're not employed by Black Hills directly. I don't think you live in Colorado, do you?
I do not. I live in New Jersey.
So you probably don't closely track every commission proceeding here in Colorado, or do you?
Not everyone knows, sir.
Are you aware at all this commission recently issued a decision on another Colorado gas utility's clean heat plan? That was for Public Service Company of Colorado?
I have general awareness through today's proceeding mainly, but yes.
And have you ever reviewed that decision regarding the Public Service Clean Heat Plan?
Not in its entirety, no.
Parts of it?
Small components.
Well, based on you reviewing part of it, would it surprise you if I told you that in that public service proceeding, there was also a dispute about the proper size BE incentives? And that utility assumed it would need to provide a large incentive to track participation. Are you aware of that dispute there?
Only what's been discussed today.
Well, did you know that in that public service decision, the Commission disagreed with that gas utility, concluded that the utility would not have to provide BE incentives that cover the full cost of electrification for all customers? Did you know that?
I'm aware of it now. I think some of these incentives and what's required for customer uptake is to be determined, and while it still is an infancy for a lot of electrification, so still a lot to come.
If the company's modeling here,
Sorry, the witness, I'm sorry, Mr. Hyde, the witness is kind of going off at the end, kind of falling off at the end. If you could be a little more careful.
Apologies.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Harriet. So, Mr. Cottrell, if the company's modeling here and not assume that BE incentives would have to cover the full cost of electrification for all customers, costs attributed to BE would have been lower, wouldn't they?
Your phrase, just want to make sure I fully understand the question.
Sure. If your modeling had not assumed that the BE incentives would have to cover the full cost of electrification for all customers, the overall amount of costs that your modeling attributed to BE, they'd be lower. It'd be less costs attributed to BE, right?
Hypothetically speaking, yes. If we lowered the amount of incentive the customer paid, the total budget for BE would decrease. I would agree with that.
Okay, we can take down this hearing exhibit. So another assumption the company made in supplemental direct modeling is that all homes that electrify would require an electric panel upgrade. Is that correct?
Correct. It was a combination. The cost included panel and wiring upgrade. Correct.
In a hybrid electrification scenario where a customer replaces an existing air conditioner with a heat pump, that likely is not going to require a panel upgrade in all circumstances, would it?
Not necessarily. Not in all circumstances, I would agree with you. But I believe in Mr. Conja's testimony, he stated that only 50% of customers have central air conditioners. So if those customers did not have central air conditioning previously, they could need an upgrade to the panel. And then also it could be argued that the cost would be lower. Then we assume the lower cost than needed because we didn't assume any ducting work, which could add between $4,000 to $5,000 as well.
If the company's modeling had not assumed that every home that electrifies would require a panel upgrade, the overall cost attributed to BE would have been lower, right?
In that, all else being equal, yes, but we assumed a median cost for the equipment replacement, actually using Rewired America, Mr. Conja's organization's cost estimates for electrification. So we used the median cost estimate for heat pumps, and we did not assume any ducting work would be needed either. So, but all else being equal, yes, I would agree with you.
Yet another assumption in the supplemental direct modeling is that customers would install a cold climate heat pump in all circumstances. Is that right?
That is correct.
A cold climate heat pump is typically more expensive than a standard efficiency heat pump, isn't it?
I would have to check, but I believe we assumed either $1,200 or $1,400 in that range. I'd have to look. I don't recall the exact value.
Would it surprise you if I told you that in attachment sweep 2-3B-K, your modeling there assumed that a cold climate heat pump costs $2,800 more than a standard heat pump? Does that sound right?
To check, I'd have to look at the cost assumption that we used and how we built it.
Okay.
In the $2,000 to $3,000 range, I wouldn't think is unreasonable.
Okay. So in a hybrid electrification scenario where a customer installs a heat pump, keeps a gas furnace to provide backup heat, isn't a standard efficiency heat pump typically sufficient and a cold climate heat pump not necessary in that scenario?
Not necessarily. I think it would depend on what your policy goals were and what you wanted the backup heating system to provide. So if you wanted to be mainly electric heat, then you would want to have a cold climate heat pump to minimize your backup heating that would be required through the furnace or your other existing fuel backup. But if you were not concerned with having more electric heat and did not want to use it as much, then you could have a standard efficiency unit. But we assume that if electrification was a goal and you wanted to have more electric heat within that customer's home, to have a cold climate heat pump.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. So all else being equal, the company's modeling had not assumed that every home that electrifies would install a cold climate heat pump. Again, the overall cost attributed to BE in that scenario would have been lower, right?
All else being equal, I would agree, correct.
All right, let's move on now to the benefits side of the company's cost-benefit modeling for BE. Isn't it the case that the company placed no value as far as a benefit to customers on how BE can reduce infrastructure costs, operation costs for the gas system?
In consultation with SMEs at the company and the reduced throughput of natural gas that would occur and be a result of electrification, it was determined that there would be zero benefits to gas infrastructure and the operations and maintenance. So although we did not include a line item for that specifically within the cost effectiveness analysis, we worked with the company and it was assumed to be $0.
Okay, so you considered it but placed a $0 value. Is that accurate?
That's exactly correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that beneficial electrification reduces throughput on the gas system?
In most circumstances, I would agree, yes.
And by reducing throughput on the gas system, doesn't BE reduce the company's investments in the gas system, related operations and maintenance expenses for the gas system?
Not necessarily. So if they still had a same or similar number of customers, as Mr. Harrington described, they have an obligation to serve. So they would still have infrastructure, they would still serve a similar same amount of geographic areas and customers, so it wouldn't necessarily reduce operations and maintenance.
Are you aware that in that public service clean heat plan decision, the Commission recognized there that BE does reduce business as usual investments, additional gas infrastructure?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. Mr. Cottrell has already indicated that he has very little familiarity with that other proceeding. Mr. Harrington has kind of walked through the differences between public service and the company. I don't see the value of us continuing to ask Mr. Cottrell to compare this proceeding to Piesco's.
I tend to agree with Mr. Koshin. Mr. Hyatt, do you want to try and rephrase?
No, I can move on. So, Mr. Cottrell, all else being equal, company's modeling had placed a value greater than zero how BE can reduce gas infrastructure investments. Benefits attributed to BE would have been greater, wouldn't they?
Hypothetically speaking, if you add an additional benefit, the benefits would be greater, yes.
In addition, when the company analyzed how BE avoids emissions from burning gas, it considered how BE avoids combustion emissions from gas equipment. Is that correct?
Correct.
The company did not analyze how BE also avoids methane leakage that occurs when that gas is transported to the customer's building. Didn't analyze that.
We did not include upstream methane, that is correct.
And again, if all else being equal, the company's modeling had valued how BE can avoid methane leakage, the benefits attributed to BE would have been greater, wouldn't they?
BE as well as all other programs that were included and resourced in the Clean Heat Plan, correct?
All right, so let's talk a bit more now about the emissions reductions resulting from beneficial electrification. Similar to DSM, BE reduces customers' gas consumption, correct?
It would reduce gas consumption, increase electric consumption, correct?
Yeah, my next question. So unlike DSM, this decrease in gas consumption with BE is offset by an increase in electricity consumption, right?
I would agree.
All right. And in the company's view, BE results in a net increase in greenhouse gas emissions because emissions from the electric sector have a higher carbon intensity than emissions from the direct use of gas.
I don't know if I would characterize it in that exact way. I would characterize it as the usage associated with the heat pump or electrification, depending upon the scenario, because it's very scenario specific of what you're replacing and different components, that net increase in electricity causes an increase in carbon emissions compared to a gas furnace and gas water heater.
That was the conclusion from your supplemental direct model.
That is correct.
When the company conducted that supplemental direct modeling, use an E-grid emissions factor from the year 2018 to calculate the net impacts, net emissions impacts, electrification. Is that correct?
Correct. We use that value to be consistent with the most recently approved Colorado Electric beneficial electrification plan. Yes.
Are you aware that at the time you conducted that supplemental direct modeling earlier this year, E-grid database you use has been updated 3 times since 2018?
2022 E-grid data was released in early January, yeah.
It was updated. How many times was it updated? Are you aware? Just to be precise.
If we use 2018, it would be updated 3 times?
Okay.
4 times.
All right. The company's modeling then did not use the most current emissions data available time it conducted that supplemental direct modeling regarding the electric sector's greenhouse gas emissions, did it?
Correct, but we did run a sensitivity using 2022 E-grid data, and the results for full electrification were consistent. The values were obviously different, but the general results where there showed a net increase in emissions were consistent.
If we could please now pull back up here in Exhibit 110, which is Mr. Cottrell's rebuttal testimony. Thank you. And we'll go, actually, page 15 right here, line 9. Now, Mr. Cottrell, do you see that your respond here, to this issue by noting that Black Hills used the same emissions factors used here in its most recent DSM and BE plan proceeding?
I see that, yes.
So you don't dispute, do you, then, both this proceeding and the DSM plan proceeding, company did not use the most recent E-grid emissions factor?
That is an ongoing proceeding, and some things may change because there are some upcoming testimonies and other rebuttals that are forthcoming. So, but in the initial filing, I would agree with you.
Okay, my next question's on this one. So this clean heat application was filed before that DSM plan application, right?
Significantly, a couple months, yes.
Are you aware that DSM plan proceeding currently scheduled to go to hearing in October of this year?
I'm a witness in that case as well, yes.
So isn't this case then the first time this commission has been presented with the issue of whether these 2018 emissions factors are reasonable and appropriate?
For a filing 2024, I would agree, but in previous filings, those emission rates have been approved. The use of those emission rates for modeling have been approved previously.
And if the company had used 2018 emissions factors as supplemental direct modeling, Doesn't this mean that the modeling did not capture how the electric sector will decarbonize between now, the year 2024, and the year 2040?
I would agree that it would not include projections or assumptions of how it could decarbonize through 2040. Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, so if you could scroll down now on this exhibit to page 17, line 19. You see, Mr. Cottrell, that here you acknowledge in this answer that for its gas emissions factors, sweeps analysis used the approved American National Standard. That was published by the International Code Council in 2022, wasn't it?
Apologies, I thought I was looking at my test.
This is your testimony. This is your rebuttal testimony. Take your time.
Apologies, I'm on the wrong page. Yes, I see what sweep used in their analysis.
And you also acknowledge here on page 18 at the top of the page that for the electric sector emissions, sweep used an emissions factor from the state's greenhouse gas roadmap 2.0 analysis is in 2024, right?
I believe the emission factor they used is a future projected for I'm not sure if it's 2030 or 2040, but a future projected emission factor, but the study and report was in 2020.
Okay. So if we scroll down to the next page, actually, this page, sorry, page 18, line 20. Here you defend the emissions factors that Black Hills used because the company used public and citable resources, correct?
We used most recent, or not, we used past history and actual performance of power plants in Colorado, correct, yes.
You say here that that was a reasonable assumption because those emissions factors are public and citable, correct?
Would agree.
In your full electrification scenario, the company began modeling heat pump installations for the year 2025. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
You modeled installations through the year 2030?
We modeled it through 2030 to show what the emission reductions would be through 2030 based on the scenario requested by the commission, but the planned cycle would be shorter.
The modeling assumed heat pumps would have a life of 18 years. Is that right?
I would have to confirm, but I believe so. That sounds correct.
So the heat pumps you model, which are going to be installed between 2025 and 2030, those will consume energy from the year 2025 until the year 2048, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Sorry. I said 2030, but
Hear that last exchange? Did Judge Hodges say something?
I was just, sorry, Harriet, I was just trying to understand how late I thought he said 2048 and it wasn't adding up.
Well, maybe just for clarify record, I can.
Yeah, if you can please go ahead and say it again and clarify it.
So, Mr. Cottrell, you modeled heat pumps that will be installed between the years 2025 and 2030, right?
Correct.
Those heat pumps have a useful life of 18 years in your modeling.
Correct.
The heat pumps you modeled, then, those will consume energy in the year 2025 all the way up through the year 2048, wouldn't they?
I believe it would be 2043, but my math might be wrong.
If a customer installed a heat pump in 2030, that heat pump has a useful life of 18 years. That means that heat pump would consume energy through the year 2048. Could you agree with that?
In 2030 installation, correct. I was using 2025 as my installation year.
Yes, which is what was confusing me as well.
Yeah.
So, apologies.
2025 installation year would go through 2043.
So we have a range on the heat pumps lasting from 2043 to 2048, assuming they're installed between 2025 and 30.
Thank you. Apologies for that. All right, but you use a grid emissions factor from the year 2018 to estimate this greenhouse gas impacts from those heat pumps, right?
I think it's standard practice to use a single emission reduction factor for year one and carry that forward for all years of the analysis. You could use an assumed value for future years, but typically you use a single value for all years of that measure's installation.
But isn't it the case in this proceeding that SWEEP used an electric sector emissions factor forward-looking, while Black Hills used an emissions factor based on 6-year-old data from the year 2018?
Based on recent history, which 2018 compared to 2022 is 15% different maybe. So I'd have to look at the exact numbers, but slightly higher in 2018 compared to 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. That's all the questions I have for you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. All right, Mr. Cottrell, there's something that didn't make sense to me that I would like to follow up on. And you may not be the right person to ask. First of all, you were talking about basing your assumptions on the installation of cold climate, right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell me when are cold climate heat pumps recommended to be installed? What should be the average winter temperature at which they get installed?
So I may get some of the exact information marginally wrong, but I'll do my best. So within the U.S., there are different climate zones. And within each climate zone, there's a recommendation for what type of heat pump you should use. I believe it's climates 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see it horizontally on a map. There's basically lines going with latitude. And Colorado would fall in a zone that's below basically the halfway point, and depends on where you are in the country. So all the northern states would basically be recommended for cold climate heat pumps. And then in certain specific areas that have colder winters, different weather, et cetera, it's also recommended. And the difference in technology between a standard heat pump and a cold climate heat pump is basically the level of efficiency it operates at lower temperatures. So a standard heat pump, usually under 40 degrees, 35 to 40 degrees, starts becoming significantly less inefficient as the temperature goes down.
Significantly less efficient.
Less efficient, excuse me, yes, less efficient. Cold climate heat pumps, more expensive a little bit obviously, but can operate in much colder temperatures and climates at the same level of efficiency, usually about 20 degrees. So instead of at 40 degrees you need to have your backup heating kick in, it's closer to 20 degrees. You would have to have your backup heating system.
So what is recommended then for Colorado?
Colorado, it would be cold. If a heat pump is your primary heating system, then it would be a cold climate heat pump.
And is that true for the entire state or just higher elevations? I know you're from New Jersey, but we do have different elevations in Colorado.
I have worked in Colorado for a dozen years or so. I would have to look at the map specifically, but I think it would be for all.
Okay. And again, I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask this question, but Mr. Hyatt alluded to and discussed with you how much Black Hills would contribute towards beneficial electrification for its customers, and what your underlying assumption was. And I understood from the questioning that then the assumption you made when you were making your calculations was that Black Hills would cover the entire cost of beneficial electrification for those customers who choose to make that switch. What I don't understand then is, and maybe I need to ask this, but if the SWEEP is suggesting that that number can be brought down and more beneficial electrification can be permitted if Black Hills isn't covering a customer's entire cost, who would pay the balance?
Great question. So the question that I interpreted is what's required in order to incentivize and entice customers to participate and to make that fuel switch. And the company is assuming that in order to have customers fuel switch and to have that significant hurdle of changing from a natural gas heating system to an electric heating system, that full cost of the equipment would be required, because some market research has shown that customers have a general unwillingness to switch, and they're reluctant to do it for a whole variety of reasons. So the question is, how much would be required in order to incentivize and push a customer to make that decision? So the company is arguing, in our position is that in order to have folks come over fully, and this is only in the supplemental testimony, in order to have folks do that, that a full incentive would be required. The question is, would customers do that and switch with a lower incentive? And to answer your question of who would pay, the customer would pay the balance for it, generally. There are some federal incentives available for specific income types and different tax incentives, but some of those are a little bit up in the air. So there's some uncertainty associated with it. So that's why the company assumed to cover the full cost of the equipment.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Cottrell. That answers the two questions I had. Let me just check to make sure I didn't have anything else.
And apologies, Harriet. I hope you can hear me better now.
I think that covers my notes. So I didn't have any other questions for Mr. Cottrell. Mr. Koshin, do you have any redirect based on Mr. Hyatt's questions or mine?
I do, Your Honor, and I think I can get it done within 10 minutes or less. All right, Mr. Cottrell, you were asked a series of questions about the sweep portfolio, and it provides two different options, right?
Correct.
In terms of electrification, sorry.
The sweep portfolio?
Correct.
Yeah, it provides full electrification and hybrid system, is my understanding.
You were asked a question early on about Piesco's clean heat plan, that it just issued a decision right after you were describing barriers, hurdles. It's still early to implement electrification. Do you recall that discussion?
I do, yes.
A commission decision issued last month. Is that likely to impact barriers, hurdles for new technology and moving forward with new technology in Colorado?
I don't think so. I think they're basing that on assumptions and projections of what they hope customer uptake and customer participation would be. So time will tell what the actual uptake will be and how many customers participate at those lower incentive levels.
Now, you, in response to a discussion about hybrid electrification and a backup furnace, you were describing the hybrid approach requiring natural gas, and then as the temperatures drop, using that furnace as backup, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe for me or explain to me what's the point of electrification if the customer still has to use the gas system? And what's the, how does that play in with the clean heat plan?
I think that goes towards the conversation between myself and Mr. Hyatt about assuming a cold climate versus a standard. If you assumed a standard heat pump, as I described with Your Honor, once the temperature goes below 40 degrees or so, depending upon your set point, you would switch over or primarily use natural gas. So you would still be using natural gas, you would still have the emissions associated with those, but it's just a question of which system you can get more decarbonization from. So it hypothetically may be more.
You were also asked a series of questions about leakage and O&M reductions and why the company didn't consider O&M in its analysis. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
If hybrid electrification occurs with gas furnace still connected to the home, the gas pipelines, are they still going to be required to provide that gas to the home?
They still would, yes, that's correct.
So Mr. Hyatt was differentiating between your analysis and the analysis that SWEEP undertook. why didn't the company use forward-looking data to develop its electrification analysis?
I believe the emission factor data that they used is based on the carbon roadmap, which is a future projection. It's just that. It's a roadmap. It's a potential projection of what could occur in the future, and 15, 20 years in the future, if a whole variety of things happen, which is very uncertain and would require a lot of investment in other things associated with it. So we used a more recent emission factor based on recent past history that has actually been achieved in the Colorado service territory.
And did the company provide or file another research report model that supports what you found in your analysis?
There was also a report done by Gas Technology Institute that Mr. Harrington sponsored in his testimony that had that had consistent results. Showed that emissions would increase using full electrification versus a natural gas system.
But your analysis was separate and distinct from that report.
Completely independent from the GTI study, that's correct. But the results were consistent with each other, generally consistent.
Your Honor, that covers my redirect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Koshin. All right. Mr. Cottrell, thank you so much for your testimony. I've done your excuse. All right. About 12:05, so this is a great time to take a lunch break, but I do want to cover a couple things before we break for lunch. Okay, first of all, this is kind of a question from Ms. Kunkel, actually. We had been talking about Exhibit 506. It wasn't offered into evidence, and I didn't know if it was on Exhibit 600 or not. Did you want to offer that? 506 was Commission Decision C24-0397 approving Piesco's CHP.
Yeah, Your Honor, I did not offer that because it's a commission decision. I think
you can. Yeah,
I don't know if it's necessary to get it into the record officially. I think it's
it's public record. You can refer to it. Yeah.
But if you prefer it to be in the record, I'm happy to make the request to move the minutes.
It's totally up to you. It's not necessary, as you indicated. It's a decision, so something.
How about we move for admission? Okay, I might save us some space in the SOPs. Just refer to the hearing exhibit number.
Yeah,
move the admission of 506.
Save me from digging for it.
For clarity, maybe move for administrative notice, designating it as hearing exhibit 506.
I'll take that suggestion, yes. I'll have to move for administrative notice designating hearing exhibit 506, which is the commission's decision number C24-0397.
Any objection to taking administrative notice of that? None from UCA? None from CEO? Mr. Smith?
No objection.
None from staff. So let's go ahead and I'll take administrative notice of Exhibit 506 so that we can refer to it in the SOPs. All right. Okay. So, and looking at the matrix for what is still to come, we've got, I just see two additional witnesses, is that right? Justin Brandt and Kunj. Am I saying that right, Mr. Kunj? Okay. And total time for the two of them is just over an hour. Does that sound about right?
I'm bad at math. I'm not sure what 80 plus 15 is.
And Your Honor, we also have Mr. Haglund is also on standby if you have any questions for him as well.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. But about an hour and a half, an hour and 95 minutes. Correct me up, Mr. Cook. All right, so I think this is a good time then to break for lunch. It sounds like we should be able to finish up this afternoon without too much trouble, right? It's 12:07. Want to come back at 1:15 or 1:30? What works better? I don't know if people need to go out and grab lunch. I want to make sure people have enough time to get something to eat.
We could do 1:15.
1:15? Does that work for everybody? Okay, I'm seeing lots of nodding heads, yes. So let's take a break right now for lunch. It is 12:07, and we will reconvene at 1:15 to resume testimony. All right, thank you all. We are in recess.
So I was born in Romania. I moved over when I was young. I grew up in Chicago and Atlanta. Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. From the Romanian winter. Follow them around, or like they meet someone at every match. Sat in there and watched the matches. Actually, a Romanian that transferred to the German boxing team. I moved to a party, and like they had everything. Like, no, Romanian boxing, it was night and day. Fitness-wise, amenities, like.
Before we get started again, and do first a sound check, make sure everybody can hear me. Also, the thermostat's over here. I tried turning it up, but it wouldn't let me. Like, it went down, but it wouldn't go back up. I've left it where it was, but it's still, I know, pretty chilly in here, so sorry, everybody. I tried. Don't see Miss Lowry. Are we still waiting for her? Is she gonna join us online or? Oh, we can wait a minute. All right. Harriet, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
During the break, I just want to reiterate, Harriet texted me that she is having some trouble hearing us. The acoustics and the microphones in B are not as good as they are in hearing room A. So just please be very cognizant of trying to speak as close to the mic possible and maybe slow down a little bit when you're speaking so that she can get everything. She's having a little bit of trouble hearing us. We just want to make sure we have as good and clean and clear a record as possible.
Thank you so much, Elaine.
All right. Of course, Harriet. All right. Is everybody ready to get going then? Let's go back on the record in proceeding 23A-0633G. This is Black Hills' application for approval of its clean heat plan, and we're here on the motion for approval of the settlement agreement that Black Hills reached with 3 of the 4 interveners. Are we ready to proceed? Mr. Cushion, before the break, we had finished the testimony of Mr. Cottrell. Does Black Hills have any other testimony to offer?
No, Your Honor.
Black Hills has finished presenting its case in support of its motion. All right. Just to be clear, so we have a nice, clean record, does staff have the intention of bringing anybody forward? It didn't look like it based on the cross-examination matrix, but I just want to make sure I give you the opportunity. Does staff plan on calling anyone?
Your Honor, we still have Mr. Haglund available to answer any questions you might have. Otherwise, I don't know that we need to call him for. We don't have any other matters to attend to with Mr. Haglund, but if you have questions, I am happy to do that and prepare him for those.
Okay. I don't have any right now. If Mr. Haglund then wants to be excused, that's fine. If he wants to hang out, that'd be good. But I did read his testimony and went back over it a bit over lunch, and I think I'm okay.
Okay.
So if he wants to be excused, he's more than welcome to do that, or if he wants to hang out, he's welcome to join us. All right, staff not having anything. How about UCA? Does UCA have any case that they wish to present in support of the motion for approval of the settlement?
No, Your Honor, no witnesses to call. Ms. Henry Thermos is available if the court has any questions. I think earlier the court indicated no, but if that changes, she's available. We're good. All right. Thank you, Ms. Crampton. Ms. Lowry, any case on behalf of CEO in support of the motion for approval of the settlement? No, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Hyatt moves to sweep. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ahead. Do you want to go ahead and call your first witness?
Yes, please. We'd like to call to the stand Mr. Justin Brandt.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Brandt. Thank you for being here. Go ahead and raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thank you, Mr. Brandt. If you could state your name and spell your last name, and again, let me reiterate, if you could get as close to the microphone as possible so that Harriet can hear you well, that'd be great. Can you hear him, Harriet?
I think now the green light's on.
Now it's on.
Yes,
My name is
I can hear
Justin
you.
Brandt. JUSTINBRANT.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandt. Are you testifying on behalf of the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
You work for SWEEP.
Yes,
What is your position with SWEEP?
I'm the Utility Program Director.
Did you file answer testimony in this case, which is marked as here in Exhibit 500?
I did.
File cross-answer testimony, which is marked as here in Exhibit 502.
Yes, I did.
Did you also file settlement testimony, which is marked as here in Exhibit 503?
Yes.
For the record, here in Exhibits 500, 502, and 503 have been admitted into evidence at the beginning of the hearing. Mr. Brandt, could you please just briefly explain why SWEEP opposes the settlement agreement?
Sure. As laid out in my settlement testimony, so SWEEP participated in settlement discussions with all the other parties and appreciated the robust discussions. We were not able to come to an agreement that we felt was in the public interest and met the statutory requirement to reduce emissions at the lowest possible cost and rate impact to customers. And a big piece of that is the failure of the settlement agreement and the settling parties to include robust beneficial electrification plans, which, according to our modeling, is one of the lowest cost along with demand side management, clean heat resources available to the company. I think instead we continue to stand by a portfolio that relies on hybrid systems, which, according to SWEEP's modeling, with a standard efficiency heat pump, can reduce natural gas use used for heating by 80% in the climate of the company's service territory. I think the settlement agreement really just represents a sort of business as usual approach, and the statute and the legislature, and I think the commission and the public service plan have indicated that business as usual approaches to decarbonizing the gas system are no longer appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. In SWEEP's view, would it be in the public interest in this case, this clean heat plan, to exceed the statutory 2.5% cost cap?
Yes, it would.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. It's available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Mr. Koshin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandt.
Afternoon.
The SWEEP portfolio consists of just DSM and beneficial electrification, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that in order to achieve the emissions reductions associated with DSM and beneficial electrification, it's dependent on customer adoption, correct?
Yes, it is.
Were you present when Mr. Harrington testified to the 10 to 15 years of DSM programming that's been occurring or that Black Hills Colorado Gas has implemented?
I heard him say that, yes.
Are you familiar with the company's DSM plan and programs?
I'm less familiar with the gas side of the business than the electric side. So I guess I have some familiarity with their gas energy efficiency programs and much more familiarity with their electric programs.
Do you have any reason to dispute Mr. Harrington's testimony that the DSM program, as it currently stands, is successful?
I guess I don't dispute that it's successful, but I think there's levels of success. I don't believe, there are utilities in the region and in the nation that achieve significantly greater savings in similar environments, similar service territories. So while I don't dispute that they've implemented programs for a long time and those programs seem to run relatively smoothly, I'm not familiar that they have a full suite of programs, that there aren't other options available, and I would assume, and based on the levels presented in this case, and their modeling, that there's significant headroom to go above what the company has implemented in the past.
Let's talk about SWEEP's budget, if we can, for a moment. 500.
I have a paper copy. I saw other parties using that. I assume it's okay.
As long as you didn't write anything about me in this slide.
Not yet.
I need to see a copy after the testimony is done. So if we turn to page 47, and going down to table JB4.
Yeah, I'm there.
And so in this table, SWEEP is proposing a DSM budget above the company's current DSM budget of $7 million, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And we arrived at this number. So the company within their case had modeled sort of what they called tier 1 and tier 2 incremental DSM resources. And I believe the tier 2 number went up to 0.75% of sales. So often in DSM, one metric we look at is savings in the first year as a percent of the company's sales. So like I said, the tier 2 resources were 0.75% of sales. So they were modeled by the company as achievable and cost effective in their direct testimony, and I utilized those numbers going up to that full tier 2 resource.
Right, and so the company currently has a DSM plan that has been approved by the commission in effect. Are you aware that the company's DSM plan budget, not tied to clean heat, but the current one that's in effect and running, that annual budget is around $6 million?
I don't have a reason to dispute you, but I don't know the number off the top of my head.
And so SWEEP is proposing here to double the DSM budget with the incremental amount that's being added as part of the clean heat plan, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, have you seen any long-running natural gas programs that have had success in their programming for a period of time that then go out and double their budgets and continue to expend their budgets effectively in that situation in the U.S. or elsewhere?
Well, like I said, I don't think the company's been maximizing their savings. There's also a lot of growth in their service territory, so there should be a lot of new opportunities for energy efficiency savings as part of that new construction. So again, this is based on the company's modeling of what's cost effective and achievable, and I have no reason to dispute that 0.75% value. I will say my recollection is that public service companies' gas energy efficiency program goals are around that number, which again gave me some confidence that it was achievable in this in Colorado and in a service territory with a lot of customers in the sort of Front Range metropolitan area.
Let's talk for a moment about SWEEP's proposal. 30% of spending tied to electrification is focused on income qualified customers, correct?
Yes.
That would cover the full cost of electrification.
That's what we modeled to come up with a budget, yes. You know, there's likely other state resources and, you know, federal tax credits, so it can be harder for low-income customers to take, utilize those resources. So I think that was a conservative assumption, but that's the assumption I made to build up a representative budget.
Okay, and then the other 70% out of that 30 goes to low income. The other 70% is broken up. 75% of hybrid heat pumps with a gas furnace system and 25% representing full electrification, correct?
Yeah, that's what I modeled.
SWEEP's proposal is not sufficient to meet the DHCG target in 2025, correct?
No, and I state that in my testimony that we should be focusing on 2030 and beyond because the 2025 target is nearly on us. The commission did the same thing.
But you'd agree that SWEEP's proposal is not sufficient to put BHCG on the pace necessary to even meet the 2030 clean heat target, correct?
I don't think so, but it at least starts it on the right direction. And, you know, hopefully in the next plan we can expand the programs that I propose and do even better.
Okay, so SWEEP's portfolio only achieves 15% of the emissions reductions that are necessary. Is that correct?
You'd have to point me towards where that exact number comes from.
Can we turn to page 45, please?
I'm there. Any line number?
Line 5. As shown in figure JB1 below, SWEEP portfolio only achieves 15% of the emissions reductions that the company forecasts are necessary to meet the 2030 clean heat target. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Turning back to page 47 and table JB4 at the bottom, page 47. The budget that SWEEP is proposing in the first year, 2025, on an annual basis is about the budget that's found in the settlement agreement, correct?
I mean, the 3-year average budget in the settlement agreement is like $6 million. This is $7 million, so it's $1 million more. But
let's talk about the second year. Budget that's being proposed there is 3 times the 3-year average.
That's what the math. Yeah, I don't dispute your math.
You may want to double check it though. In 2027, we start to go up to 4 times. Correct?
If we're assuming a $6 million budget, $24 million is approximately 3 times that, yes.
Can we turn to page 53? And looking at line 9. 9 through 11, you appear to argue that the costs to customers are reasonable because there's a statutory requirement to reduce emissions. Was that the intent there?
I mean, I think one point that we should make first is that I also propose some rate mitigation options, which include amortizing incentives over 4 years. So the annual rate impact which is presented on the bottom of page 52, is significantly lower than that total budget. But
I'm sorry, but are you saying here though that the cost to customers are reasonable because the statute requires emissions reductions?
I mean, what I'm saying is the plan I propose includes the lowest cost resources to reduce emissions. So therefore, it is the lowest cost emissions reductions available to the company, and those costs are reasonable because we have a statutory requirement to reduce emissions.
So SWEEP is not arguing that it would be reasonable for the Commission to approve an average monthly bill impact increase of 90%.
I don't make that argument in my testimony. You can tell me if I did.
No, that's not. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say here. You're not saying that a 90% increase is a good idea because the statute requires a reduction in emissions, correct?
I didn't say that, no.
Okay, and you're not. So, okay, we'll leave it. Let's take a look at page 21, please. If we can go down to line 9.
Yeah, I'm there.
And you talked there about the General Assembly's intent that utilities use tools, including cost-effective leak reduction, that exceed state and federal requirements. And it appears that that last phrase is in parens. Is that taken straight from statute?
I believe so.
And then in your settlement testimony, you actually seem to appreciate that the settlement agreement includes some reasonable safeguards with respect to AMLD. Recall that testimony?
Yeah, I mean, I think it includes the minimum requirements that a user recovered methane protocol, which is in the Commission's rules and statute.
All right, and you continue in your settlement testimony to have concerns, and you kind of come to the question of whether AMLD goes beyond minimum legal requirements. What are the minimum legal requirements for leak reduction?
I'm not an expert in that area, but my understanding is that there's currently a rulemaking at the federal PHMSA, Pipeline Safety, I can't remember the rest of the acronym, around advanced leak detection requirements for utilities. So while AMLD might be above the current requirements by the end of the plan, I don't know that we can say that with certainty. And I know the commission here in Colorado is also, they've recently updated their pipeline safety rules and are sort of continuing that process, as I state here in my testimony, and that it may include AMLD as sort of a baseline requirement for utilities, though, again, we don't know yet. But that at this point, we can't say with certainty that that the program that the company has proposed here exceeds state and federal requirements.
The legislature, when it drafted that language that's in the statute, and I understand you're not an attorney, but they weren't intending that the tools used in the Clean Heat Plan exceed state and federal requirements that will be in effect in 2050 or 2075, correct?
Well, I assume for AMLD and specific, I mean, AMLD is a resource that has specific requirements in statute that are different than all the other resources. And one of them is that it exceeds state and federal requirements. That's what it says.
That's just tied to leak detection, not AMLD, correct?
Well, AMLD in and of itself is just that's leak repair. The AMLD itself doesn't
It's one form of leak repair.
Well, it doesn't reduce emissions. It's just testing more accurately.
You would agree with me that there's multiple ways to take on leak repair, correct?
I'm not an expert in leak repair.
So you're not familiar with the Pipes Act of 2016?
I've heard of it.
2026, sorry.
The 2026 or 2016?
2026.
So it's
2006. My
okay.
bad.
I was going to say it's a future act. I've heard of the Pipes Act. Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with Mr. Downey's testimony that was filed in this proceeding?
No, I reviewed it at one point, but I can't say I'm particularly familiar with it.
Now, Mr. Downey described the current process of surveying the company system once every 5 years for leaks, addressing those leaks. Do you believe that that's the current leak replacement process that complies with state and federal requirements?
Today, I wouldn't dispute that.
All right. Let's talk about the company's service territory. You discussed the 23 entities that provide electric service in Black Hills, Colorado Gas service territory and provide some recommendations for those 23 entities, don't you?
I don't know that I provide any recommendations directly to those entities, but I believe, provide recommendations to the company on how it could address that issue.
Perfect. Can we turn to page 32, hearing exhibit 500? And looking down at line 6, you describe, beginning in line 5, a number of factors, and then you've got this additional provision on line 6, ranging from the electric utilities' existing rebate programs. Do you see that?
I do.
How many of those 23 entities currently have a beneficial electrification program?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I believe of the 5 that I serve the vast majority of the company's customers, I know that at least 2 of them run robust beneficial electrification programs.
And of those 23 entities, how many have a DSM program?
I don't know off the top of my head, but a lot of them are tri-state subsidiaries, the smaller ones, which run robust DSM programs, and then the bigger ones like Public Service Company, Holy Cross Energy, or United Power run their own programs.
Sorry, your testimony is that CORE offers
DSM
programs?
Yeah, CORE does not have DSM
Okay.
programs. You're right.
Can you be careful? You two need to be careful not to speak over each other. That makes it really hard for Harriet.
Your Honor, I know we've got a limited amount of time. I'm just trying to get through my cross.
I know.
You would agree with me that Black Hills Colorado Gas provides solely gas service in Colorado, correct?
Yes.
All right. You make the general assertion in your testimony that we all know how quickly the grid is decarbonizing in Colorado. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
How many coal-fired power plants are in operation in Colorado today?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I know by 2031 that answer will be 0.
Would you any reason to dispute 6 are currently in operation today?
Sounds high, but I will trust you there.
How many natural gas-fired power plants are in operation in Colorado today?
I don't know.
Any reason to dispute 25?
No.
Are you aware that there are petroleum-fired power plants in Colorado as well?
Yes.
Oh, it was news to me. SWEEP did not analyze how many of those coal-fired power plants will still be in operation in 2027,
Well,
at the end of the CHP term, correct?
Yeah, I mean, what we did do is, so we did analyze that. And Mr. Kanj would be better to answer this question, but how we developed our emissions estimate for the electric sector is we looked at the state's roadmap between 2025 and 2040, which lays out the state's estimate of emissions from the electric sector in their emissions rate from the electric sector between 2025 and 2040 based on state statute and clean energy plans and where they expect the state to go. And then we took those annual 15-year numbers between 2025 and 2040, and we used a discount rate to arrive at one number. So it's every year between 2025 and 2040 is accounted for in that estimate. So that includes 2027 and our estimate and the state's estimate based on its best modeling of what the emissions factor for the state of Colorado will be.
I'll make sure to speak to Mr. Kanj about the modeling. But let me ask you this. Your analysis or SWEEP's analysis is based on what is found in the roadmap, correct?
The emissions for the electric sector emissions factor, that is correct.
Now, you were present when Mr. Hyatt had a discussion with Mr. Harrington earlier today?
Yeah, I've been here all day.
And baseline in the roadmap is that the gas utilities will meet the targets for 2030, correct?
That's part of their baseline assumption.
Let me ask this. Based on what you've heard here today, do you anticipate that Piesco will meet its targets?
I do. I mean, I'm hopeful that they will. The current plan only goes through 2027, so it does not meet the target, but we have another plan.
Do you anticipate Atmos will meet the target?
Probably not.
Say Black Hills will meet the target?
It'd be a stretch.
Let's talk about modeling. You expressed some concerns with the company's modeling, arguing that it included the full cost of a measure but failed to include the full range of benefits.
Yeah, that's correct, I believe, but if you could point me to where in my testimony I talked about
Sure.
that.
Let's turn to page 37. In looking down at beginning in line 14, you discuss the mismatch that you believe is going on. And at line 17, you mention avoided gas system O&M and gas system upgrade costs. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
You would agree with me that there's no evidence in this proceeding that electrification, especially a hybrid electrification outcome, would reduce or avoid O&M costs, correct?
Yeah, I guess I didn't try to present that testimony because it's complicated and we didn't have enough information to make those calculations, and the portfolio I proposed was highly cost effective without that benefit.
You'd agree?
But in the Piesco case, in clean heat, this was a major issue, and the company had significant benefits around avoided gas infrastructure investments and O&M investments for things like energy efficiency and beneficial electrification that reduce throughput.
So it wasn't presented in this case. It may have been dealt with in Piasco's case, but you'd agree with me that whether or not hybrid systems are implemented, or if hybrid systems are implemented and required, the company would still need to provide gas service to the homes that adopt the hybrid systems, correct?
Yeah, that's true. And so I think we propose this in part because it's a lower cost option and it deals with some of the issues the company has raised around forced electrification. But like I said, our modeling shows you can reduce 80% of throughput with a standard efficiency heat pump with gas backup. So that's 80% less emissions and 80% less sales for heating for the company. So while the company would need to maintain a gas system, it likely looks a lot different than the gas system of today.
SWEEP's position in this proceeding is that the ultimate goal is to fully decarbonize buildings at the lowest possible cost to customers. Is that correct?
That's what the state's modeling shows we have to do to get to our 2050 emissions reduction target.
All right. And SWEEP's proposal for hybrid electrification doesn't do that, correct?
No, like I said, it reduces 80%, and then there's other tools to get that last 20%, but it does not get to full decarbonization, but we're only in 2024, not 2050 yet, thankfully.
The hybrid approach, if we are to get full decarbonization, the hybrid approach would still require elimination of gas stoves, gas water heaters, gas fireplaces, and electric panel upgrades, in addition to the gas furnace, that is the backup furnace, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yes, if we're going to achieve full decarbonization, the hybrid process or the hybrid approach that SWEEP is proposing would still require elimination of the gas furnace, that is the backup, and gas stoves, gas fireplaces, gas water heaters.
Not necessarily.
So in order to develop full decarbonization, we could keep gas fireplaces, gas water heaters, gas stoves.
Probably not the lowest cost option, but at some point there's going to be some molecules that need to flow through a pipeline, and those could be clean molecules. But, you know, we think the lowest cost option is to maximize electrification and then use what little you have left to support those other resources.
You would agree with me that if we're replacing all those appliances and installing the hybrid or the full electrification system and converting all those appliances to electric, we're not converting to wood or coal or something else, converting all those appliances to electric, you would agree with me that it's likely, especially on older homes, that you'd require an electric panel upgrade, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know. It could happen over time, but there's a lot of interesting new technologies that allow sharing of circuits. So we're seeing some good technological ways around panel upgrades. So I'd say it's in its infancy. Thankfully, we don't have to do everything at once or today, so we've got some time for this. But yeah, there's a chance, and certainly some percentage of homes will need a panel upgrade to accommodate all that electric load.
You would agree with me that in some homes, especially some of the older homes, that would also require the rewiring, the electrical within the walls.
Not a full rewiring, no.
Are you aware that some cities and some counties require that if you open up the wall, mess with whether it's gas lines or electric lines, that you have to replace the electrical wiring within the home?
I guess I'm aware of that. I don't know why you'd have to open up the wall in these instances.
But you'd have to deal with the wiring, replace the wiring in some fashion.
Not that I'm aware of, no. Not in the existing wiring in the home. You might need to add some circuits, yes, but that's new wiring.
And you would keep the electrical wiring. We've got homes in the Denver area that were built 100 plus years ago.
I mean, if they're knob and tube, they're not up to code and they need to be replaced no matter what, but anything with copper wiring is my understanding. I'm not an expert in the fire code and the electrical code, but my understanding is you wouldn't need to upgrade those existing circuits that have nothing to do with the new appliances.
Let's turn to page 42 of your testimony. Please. And there you say that on lines 3 and 4, that SWEEP is proposing replacing heating at time of failure, not air conditioners. Did I read that correctly?
That's what that's what I modeled, yes, as the suite of resources available to the company. I think adding air conditioners just makes more pieces of failure. So I presented that in my cross-answer testimony, what that might look like.
So I read it correctly, though?
You did read it correctly.
Lines 4 to 5 of that same page, you describe that as the conservative view of the electrification potential in the BHCG service territory. Is that correct?
Correct, for the reasons I just stated, that there's 2 points of failure that impacts a hybrid system, a furnace failing or an air conditioning failing. If you consider both as points of failure, that's sort of twice as many opportunities to intervene.
You would agree with me that in Colorado, especially when an air conditioner fails, the situation is not dire, correct?
I think a lot of people would consider it life-threatening when their air conditioning fails.
So let's talk about winter conditions. When a heater fails in Colorado, that's a pretty dire situation, correct?
Similarly, yeah, when any major system fails, people want to get it replaced as soon as possible.
So when it's 90 degrees out, how long can an individual survive 90 degrees out and the AC fails?
I have no idea.
All right, when it's 15 degrees out, how long can an individual survive?
I'm not a doctor. I'm
Probably
sorry.
a little bit shorter period of time.
I don't know.
You don't know? Would you assume it'd be shorter period of time?
I really have no idea.
Question, he's answered the.
Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cushion. All right, let me first ask those who are in the room. Ms. Lowry, did you have any questions for Mr. Brandt? No. Ms. Crampton, do you have any questions for Mr. Brandt? Mr. Smith, you want to go first? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm happy to go first.
The floor is yours.
Okay. Mr. Brandt, how you doing? I know this is a little strange, me up here, the big talking head, but it's good to see you today.
Yeah, good to see you. It's hard because I can't look at you and also talk into the mic at the same time without having my neck at a really weird angle. So I'm not.
That's perfectly okay. The view that I'm looking at you from, I'm looking straight ahead at you. So I think we'll manage. I appreciate the awkwardness though. I just have a couple of questions. I don't anticipate this will take very long. I just have a couple of things I would like to go over with you today. And really the crux of this gets to SWEEP's calculations in its various budget proposals. And I also want to talk a little bit about the bill impacts of those proposals. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
Okay. So I'd like to start with your answer testimony, which is marked as hearing exhibit 500. I think we've been to this a few times, and if we could go ahead and go to page 47, that would be great. And if we can scroll down to the chart at the bottom, table JB4. And I think you've gone through this with Mr. Koshin already, so I won't belabor this. But Mr. Brandt, this is a representation of the total incremental budget for the SWEEP portfolio. Is that correct?
Yeah, as I calculated it.
Okay, and I want to look specifically at the dollar amount figures in the columns marked 2025, 2026, and 2027. And if I were to represent to you that adding the total dollar amounts for those three columns amounts to $52,797,661, do you have any reason to dispute my math there?
Nope.
Okay, so we can fairly assert that the total budget for the period of 2025 to 2027 proposed in SWEEP's portfolio is upwards of more than $52 million. I won't repeat that entire number. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So now, if I were to state to you that in the settlement agreement, the settling parties have agreed to a 3-year clean heat plan budget of $18,374,321. Do you have any reason to dispute that figure?
No, that sounds right.
And by 3-year, I am referring to that same 2025 to 2027 time period, just to be clear for the record. So then it's fair to state that the clean heat plan budget that SWEEP proposes in its portfolio is nearly 3 times the clean heat plan budget as that proposed in the settlement agreement over the same 3-year period. Is that correct?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. And one of the things that you've proposed here is you propose an amortization of these costs. Is that correct?
Yeah, I proposed that in my answer testimony.
That's right. And that would be on page 50 of your answer testimony, on lines 2 through 7, I believe.
Did you say 50 or 15?
50. Apologies.
50, yeah. Sorry, I'm on 50 now.
Okay. And you classify this, and I believe I heard you when you were talking to Mr. Koshin, you mentioned this as a mitigation of customer bill impacts in the short term. Is that correct?
Yep, that's one of multiple bill impact mitigation measures that I did propose, yes.
So I just want to dig a little deeper into this mitigation proposal. And I want to make sure I have this correct. You're proposing to amortize the BE and DSM costs over a 4-year period to reduce short-term bill impacts, correct?
Correct, and this is the what the commission approved in the Public Service Company Clean Heat Plan for energy efficiency and clean and beneficial electrification incentives.
Okay, and this amortization proposal would include giving the company a return at its weighted average cost of capital, or WACC. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I proposed in answer testimony.
Okay, and if I were to represent to you that the company's current authorized WACC is 6.9%, do you have any reason to dispute that representation?
Yeah, 6.96 is the number that sticks in my head, so about somewhere in there.
Okay, and so if I understand the proposal correctly, this proposal would, rather than require ratepayers to pay the full cost of SWEET's proposed budget, instead it would require today's ratepayers to effectively borrow the money from Black Hills and pay them back at a 6.9% interest rate. Isn't that correct?
I wouldn't classify it that way. You know, in a lot of ways, the amortization and the earning on it was intended to be a performance incentive for the company to incentivize them to invest in energy efficiency and beneficial electrification, because these are the lowest cost resources available. And again, this is sort of where the commission ended up around performance incentives in the Piesco case, which is why I originally proposed it.
Okay. So I want to kind of jump. I know this might be jumping around a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about a conversation regarding methodology that I know that Mr. Hyatt spoke to several witnesses about this morning, and specifically, I want to really zero in on this. You criticize the use of the historical 5-year average of revenues plus a 2% per year escalation to calculate the cost cap. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that methodology is what staff proposed and what the settlement provides here. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I think I have specific critiques of staff's proposal in my cross-answer testimony.
That's right. And this is, your proposal would be to use the actual 2023 revenues. Is that correct?
Yeah, and hold it flat for the 3-year period per year.
I see. So you would agree, though, that each year of revenues inherently contains some degree of volatility, correct?
Yeah, because gas commodity costs have been included in it.
That's right. So just because the last 2 years show higher revenues, it doesn't necessarily mean you can assume it'll be the same next year, right?
Correct. And yeah, correct.
So there are all sorts of things that can affect those revenue numbers, correct?
There are, but I think the company's recent rate case is one that should definitely be included and is not captured in this historic look.
Okay, and then in 2023, though, you would agree with me that gas price volatility also contributed to that high revenue number, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And yet in SWEEP's view, it's appropriate to take the actual revenue of 2023, the highest revenue number out of the past 5 years, regardless of any outliers or factors related to volatility for that year, correct?
Yeah, in determining a cost cap, that seems like a reasonable methodology to use our most recent full year of data, rather than trying to project something for the future where it's uncertain.
Okay. I appreciate that. I just want to, I think I'm almost done here. I just want to finish up by talking about bill impacts. So for this, we're gonna stay on hearing exhibit 500 and go to page 52, table JB5. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. And so this table represents the estimated bill impacts of the SWEEP portfolio. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so for 2027, the percent of revenue would be 5.37%, correct?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay, and in 2028, that would jump to 8.13%.
Yeah, that was illustrative again. I don't think that 2028 is still part of this proceeding, but
Sure.
yes, that's what it says.
Fair. And this increase would occur even for customers who do not participate in any of the programs under the Clean Heat Plan. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, all customers need to pay for the emissions reductions that are required in statute, whether they're participating or not.
And that would include low-income households, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so just to make sure I'm completely clear on this, under SWEEP's proposal, all ratepayers, regardless of income status, regardless of whether they participate in CHP programming, would be expected to bear the burden of this rate increase in their gas bills on average.
I mean, I think the legislature has required customers to pay for emissions reductions on the gas system, and we believe we put forward a plan that meets the statutory requirements and does that at the lowest reasonable cost to customers by maximizing the lowest cost resources.
Okay. And so I think that almost answers all of my questions, Mr. Brandt. I just have one more very short line of questioning that I'd like to ask you about. There's been a lot of discussion regarding Colorado's GHG Pollution Reduction Roadmap 2.0, and you actually cite to it several times throughout your testimony. It was used to develop your testimony. Is that correct?
I don't know that I would say it was used to develop my testimony, but I cite to it, and it's the best document we have of the state's intention on how it's going to reach emission reduction targets.
I see. And am I correct in my understanding that the governor's Colorado Energy Office was one of the primary authors and contributors to this publication?
That's my understanding.
I see. And to your knowledge, is the Colorado Energy Office a signatory to the currently proposed settlement agreement in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Crampton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandt.
Afternoon.
Do you keep your voice up, Ms. Crampton?
We'll try. Mr. Brandt, you talked a little bit about the testimony that you filed in this case. I believe you filed answer testimony, cross-answer testimony, and then testimony in opposition to the settlement. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to that last piece of testimony, your testimony in opposition to the settlement, you discussed the provisions of the settlement agreement that SWEEP opposes. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, at the request of the ALJ, I tried to lay out pretty specifically what we supported and what we opposed.
Okay. And getting to my next question, there were provisions of the settlement agreement that SWEEP did support.
Correct. There were things that aligned with our testimony or were parts of the case we hadn't yet taken a position on that we do not oppose.
And the aspects of the settlement agreement that SWEEP does not oppose or affirmatively supports, those are listed on page 10 of your opposition testimony. Is that correct? Can you give
an exhibit number too, Ms. Crampton?
Oh, I'm sorry, hearing exhibit 503.
Thank you.
And it's just helpful to refresh your recollection briefly.
Yeah, I see them on page 10 from lines 1 through 10 listed out.
Thank you. And as you indicated, you also discussed the provisions that SWEEP opposes. And I just want to go through them. I know there's been a lot of discussion here today, but just in summary, the cost cap calculation provision of the settlement SWEEP opposed. Is that right?
The methodology to calculate the cost cap, yes.
Okay. The provision regarding budget flexibility.
Yeah, I think we just had some concerns. I had some concerns with how broad that provision was.
Okay. The inclusion of AMLD.
Yes.
And the inclusion of RNG.
Yes. Yeah, and then I think I also had a few things that I support with some, caveats or further clarification that I didn't see in the settlement agreement.
And with respect to AMLD, you would agree that that is an enumerated clean heat resource?
Yeah, it's a resource, but that, like I say in my testimony, there's some specific requirements on leak reduction in the statute and the Commission's rules that are different than the other enumerated clean heat resources.
Sure, and we'll get a little bit more into depth with AMLD, but generally speaking, you would agree that it is an enumerated statutory clean heat resource?
I would.
And in this instance, a statutory clean heat resource included in the settlement agreement?
Yeah, it's in the settlement agreement.
And likewise, with respect to RNG, you would agree that that is an enumerated clean heat resource?
Correct.
And in this instance, it's an enumerated clean heat resource that's included in the settlement agreement?
Yes.
You list on page 10 the provisions that you support. I think I counted 7 total provisions that SWEEP does support, correct?
1 through 7 is in my testimony, yes.
Okay. And you don't write anything about it in your opposition to settlement testimony, but there was provision eliminating the proposal for a PIM. Do you recall that?
I do.
You did not oppose that provision eliminating the PIM from the settlement agreement, correct?
I didn't in my testimony. This is one that's, I guess, challenging because I believe a PIM would be appropriate, but given that the company is no longer arguing that a PIM is appropriate, it seemed challenging for me to make that argument. I will say, like I discussed previously, I think it was with Mr. Smith, but it might have been Mr. Koshin, I can't recall. In a lot of ways, my proposal around the PIM was the ability of the company to earn a level of profit on the amortization of beneficial electrification and DSM rebates. So I guess I was silent on the PIM proposal for that reason. I guess trying to clarify it now.
Okay. So it's something you chose not to write about in opposition to settlement testimony.
Correct.
One of the things that you noted in your opposition testimony was a concern or perhaps critique about the escalating budget, annual budgets for the proposed clean heat plan in the sub. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it wasn't a concern or critique. It was more of a question that if you're purporting to be within the cost cap, if you have 1 year that's above the cost cap and 2 other years that's below the cost cap, so the annual average over 3 years is the same as your calculation of the cost cap, are you within the cost cap? It was a question that I don't know the answer to. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. I wouldn't characterize it as a critique. It was more just an observation.
Okay, understood. And so with that in mind, you'd agree that the DSM levels that are provided in the proposed budget, the DSM budget, those are levelized through all 3 years?
Yeah, I believe that's true. I don't have the settlement agreement right in front of me, but I will trust you there, and that's my recollection.
Would it be helpful to you, or
I trust you. I believe you're right. The DSM levels are constant for the 3 years.
Okay. And likewise, scope-wise, the DSM IQ budgets are constant throughout the 3 years.
Yeah, I believe they're just a percentage of the total budget, so they would remain constant as well.
And if I'm not mistaken, SWEEP was supportive or did not oppose the provision of the settlement agreement that made DSM funds immediately accessible so that the company could immediately begin pursuing those DSM efforts should this settlement agreement be approved.
That's correct. That's number 3.
And you would agree that DSM, the budget for DSM and the provisions for DSM, that is the largest part of the overall clean heat plan.
Yeah, I believe that's the case.
Are you familiar with Mr. Haglund's settlement testimony in support of the settlement?
I reviewed it, but if you want to get specific, you'd have to bring it up.
Well, let me ask you, do you recall when he characterizes the DSM budget as 72% of the overall budget for the clean heat plan?
I don't recall that. I guess I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I remember AMLD is like 25%. So yeah, maybe 72 doesn't seem unreasonable. I'll trust Mr. Haglund there.
Okay. And you were here earlier this morning when I believe Mr. Hyatt was discussing sort of the percentages of the public service clean heat plan with respect to beneficial electrification, right?
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay. And do you recall sort of the statistics that in that situation, beneficial electrification was slightly over 50% of that portfolio?
Yes.
And here, I know there's been much discussion about BE, but you would agree that the energy efficiency measure of DSM is more than 50% of the budget of this proposal.
Yeah, I would agree, but I think the levels in comparing those two are very different. You know, I think in the public service case, the commission essentially maxed out beneficial electrification and energy efficiency according to what it thought was a reasonable adoption rate. Whereas the settlement agreement plan gets nowhere near those levels of either one. So, well, I'd agree with you that energy efficiency is more than 50% of the budget in this proceeding. It's sort of a tough comparison to make because they're on such different scales.
We're talking about two very different plans, or scales of plans.
Well, I'd say the settlement agreement and what the commission approved in public service are very different. I think SWEEP's proposal here is much more in line with what the commission approved in Piesco's case.
I appreciate that additional comment, but again, you don't have any reason to dispute that 72% budget in this plan for energy efficiency via DSM.
No, I agreed with that already.
In your settlement, or I'm sorry, in your opposition to settlement testimony, you talked about your concern. I think maybe you just characterized it as a concern about the budget flexibility. Is that right?
Yeah, I think, and again, my recollection in the public service proceeding, I believe.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Mr. Brandt, I'm going to cut you off. I'm not asking about public service.
Oh, okay.
I'm just asking about your opposition.
Yeah, I've voiced my opposition to the specific provisions around budget flexibility in the settlement agreement.
Okay, and specifically you're concerned that the flexibility could go from an energy efficiency measure like DSM to a different type of clean heat resource like RNG, correct? Yeah,
there were no provisions that the flexibility needed to go to lower cost or within low cost and high cost resources, which again, I think was something, I believe it was staff proposed in the Piesco case of the commission, either staff or CO, that the commission adopted that we felt was a pretty reasonable safeguard. So providing flexibility, but putting some safeguards around the types of resources you can move money around between.
Okay. And in this, I'll get back to that notion of safeguards, but in this proposed settlement agreement, the flexibility could go either way between types of resources, correct?
Yeah, my understanding of what the settlement agreement says is that there are no provisions that put any limitation on the company's ability to move money around up to the percent cap.
And so, for example, 15% in the proposed AMLD budget could ultimately go to DSM.
It could hypothetically, yep.
And hypothetically, 15% from the proposed RNG budget could also go to DSM.
It could.
This flexibility that goes both ways doesn't change the safeguards required before the company could pursue AMLD, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And with respect to the safeguards that are in the settlement agreement regarding AMLD, SWEEP believes and agrees that those safeguards are reasonable.
Well, I said those were the minimum reasonable safeguards. I think I also laid out that I continue to have concerns that AMLD meets the statutory requirements for leak reduction as a clean heat resource. So I think while I supported them as being minimum, I didn't say they were sufficient.
Mr. Brandt, that word reasonable, or term reasonable safeguards with respect to AMLD, those are your words from your settlement testimony, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I can read it to you right now. So, I mean, I said some reasonable safeguards, but then there's a however in the next sentence. I continue to maintain that it is too early to include AMLD in a CHP, as even with these safeguards, it will be challenging to determine that AMLD is cost-effective and goes beyond minimum legal requirements.
And with respect to RNG, SWEEP acknowledges in your opposition to settlement testimony that there are similar provisions regarding sort of how RNG, if and when RNG can be deployed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe staff, you know, there's a 60, 90-day notice process, and staff has the ability to file, I can't remember the term of art. You know, I also pointed out there was some provision around cost, but it was really hard to understand how that would be implemented.
And with respect to RNG and this concept of budget flexibility, SWEEP acknowledges that the settlement agreement here in this proposed clean heat plan portfolio includes a stipulation that if the company is unable to ramp up or deploy RNG in 2027, that budget specifically would be directed towards DSM measures.
Yeah, I support that.
Further, that the settlement agreement here stipulates that the company will adhere to commission rules for the share or the amount of clean heat emission reductions that can come from RNG.
Yeah, can you point, I guess I don't recall that specifically being in the settlement agreement, and I apologize if I'm forgetting.
Sure, if I could just have a moment. I think we're looking at hearing exhibit 111. And Mr. Brandt, I'll just direct your attention to, I think, oh, I'm sorry, page 10, and then it would be E.
Okay, I see that.
And so that you'd agree that's a provision that places a limitation on the amount that RNG can contribute to the overall emissions reduction. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess it's not clear to me how that would be implemented in this settlement agreement, but it does state that. And
Mr. Brandt, you're the witness for SWEEP in this clean heat proceeding, correct?
We have two witnesses.
A witness in this proceeding.
I am a witness for SWEEP, yes.
And you were involved in the public service clean heat proceeding that's been discussed today?
Yeah, I served as a witness in that proceeding as well.
You're familiar with the clean heat statute?
very familiar, yeah.
Okay. And perhaps you're not a lawyer, but you know that the statute places limitations on how much recovery method is used for emissions reductions and improved clean heat, correct?
Yeah, I agree that that's in the statute.
So this provision also places a limitation on how much RNG as a form of recovered methane can be used for emissions reductions, correct?
Yeah, but I think there are different ways to interpret that statute, and under some interpretations, I don't believe the settlement agreement adheres to that.
Your testimony is that there's different ways to interpret the clean heat statute?
I'm not a lawyer, but that's my understanding, yes.
You mentioned a minute ago about, we were talking about budget flexibility, and you would agree that this settlement agreement places additional guardrails in a circumstance where the company would seek to reallocate more than 15% of any program budget.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. I think this has been asked and answered as far as budget flexibility and what's involved, not involved in the settlement agreement.
I respectfully disagree. I've talked about budget flexibility. Generally, this question is specifically about circumstances if it exceeds that 15%.
I think she's touched on it. I think this is a slightly different question, and quite frankly, if it helps me understand it, it's probably a good thing anyway. So go ahead, Ms. Frampton, thank you.
You would agree that there are guardrails in this settlement agreement if the company wants to shift budgets between clean heat resources in an amount more than 15%, correct?
Yeah, I believe they would need to go through the 60, 90-day notice process.
And that 60, 90-day notice process is a shareholder process, stakeholder process.
Stakeholder, yes, not shareholder as far as I know.
Right, stakeholders. Let's keep it there. Mr. Brandt, this came up a little bit, I think, with some of the company witnesses, but with respect to DSM and BE measures, you would agree that these are clean heat measures that require some form of customer action.
Yeah, the programs as they've been designed in the past are voluntary.
It requires a customer to make a decision to do.
Correct.
And in these instances, the utility can incentivize a customer to do a certain thing, to use, in this circumstance, less gas, correct?
Yeah, they can, and they can do lots of other things to try to remove barriers to energy efficiency or beneficial electrification. But yes, it is ultimately the customer who has to make the choice.
And in this settlement agreement, there are provisions for these types of measures, specifically DSM, correct?
There is energy efficiency budgeted in the settlement agreement.
By contrast, there are clean heat resources that do not require customer action, but are instead actions that the utility can take. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And specifically within this settlement agreement, AMLD is one of those clean heat resources that the utility can deploy without any customer action, correct?
Yeah, I think that's right.
And likewise, RNG is one of those clean heat resources that the company can do without any customer.
Correct.
And those are also included in the overall portfolio of the settlement agreement.
They are.
Mr. Brandt, I've heard you discuss, you wrote in your testimony, SWEEP's goal for emissions reductions at a lowest reasonable cost. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that comes from the statute.
Okay. Well, and that was going to be my next question. So that term lowest reasonable cost, that's something you're familiar with from the clean heat.
Yeah, I believe it's verbatim from the statute.
And in fact, the statute defines lowest reasonable cost, correct?
I'll trust you there, but I can't remember that definition of it.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of the statute?
It would help, certainly.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor, and show him a copy of the statute. I'm sorry, I don't have this put into box.com, but I'm referring to the Clean Heat Statute 40-3.2108.
You may.
Hope I'm not taking your copy.
Mr. Brandt, I'll just direct your attention to subsection K.
I see it.
Have you had an opportunity to refresh your recollection?
Yep, I see it.
Would you be kind enough to repeat the statutory number for me?
Yes, and I would ask the court to take administrative notice of the Clean Heat Statute, which is CRS 40-3.2108, and specifically subsection 2K.
Yes, I can take administrative notice of the statute, sure.
And Mr. Brandt, my question had been, the statute, in fact, provides a definition of lowest reasonable cost. Is that right?
Yes.
And what the statute defines as lowest reasonable cost is a reasonable cost mix of clean heat resources, correct?
I believe those are the words, but then there's significant other language after that piece about what defined in that definition.
Sure, the analysis that the commission must undertake for those resources.
Yeah, but I agree it says what you said it did.
Okay. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 506, please. I believe if we could go to page 54. Mr. Brandt, I think you said that you were here earlier when this exhibit was being discussed, but do you recognize what is on the screen in front of you?
Yeah, this is the commission's initial order in the Public Service Company of Colorado Clean Heat Plan.
And when you say initial order, this is what the commission initially approved prior to any consideration of R application.
Correct.
Okay. And what the commission approved in that clean heat, in the Public Service Clean Heat Plan, as we've discussed, included provisions for beneficial electrification, correct?
Yep.
It also included provisions for DSM measures.
Yes.
And it also included provisions for recovered methane.
It did, I believe, they provided a small amount for recovered methane, again, after maximizing, in the commission's opinion, those first two resources.
Okay. And so here in this public service, there was a mix of those customer action clean heat resources as well as utility action resource of recovered, correct?
I guess so, but if you look at the budget number here in the emissions reductions, it is slanted quite heavily towards energy efficiency and electrification.
Sure, and that budget that was approved was $10 million for recovered methane, is that right?
Yeah, over 2 years.
And that's 10 times the budget for recovered methane that's being proposed in this settlement agreement.
Yeah, but it was 10 million out of 440 million rather than 1 million out of 18.
So yes, 10 times.
10 times, but the total budget is more than 10 times.
And with respect to this mix of resources in the commission order, it's your understanding that this mix of resources has remained undisturbed after triple, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
And you were testified you were involved in that prior proceeding?
I was out a lot this summer, so I'm still catching up on triple R.
Okay, I think I overheard a little bit about that hallway. Sounds very exciting. But are you familiar, Mr. Brandt, that whether SWEEP filed triple R in this proceeding?
I believe we did in combination with some other parties.
Okay. And in that triple R, SWEEP, in large part, sought clarification of this June 10th order, correct?
Yeah, I believe most of our triple R sought clarification rather than asking them to reconsider decision.
Okay. And along those lines, in that triple R, SWEEP did not challenge this June opinion that included this mix of resources that included recovered methane, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And likewise, in that public service triple R, SWEEP did not challenge public services' failure to achieve the statutory emission reduction, correct?
Well, 2030 is not covered by the plan, so that's still an open question, I would say.
In the triple R filed by SWEEP, SWEEP did not challenge public services' failure to achieve emissions reduction.
I don't believe so, no.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Crampton. I have some questions, but I'm not sure they're for Mr. Brandt. There's things that came up as I was going over my notes at lunch, and they may actually be more appropriate for Mr. Harrington. So I don't know, Mr. Cushion, how you feel about maybe recalling Mr. Harrington after we're completed with SWEEP's presentation. But let me try asking Mr. Brandt, maybe we can short circuit it. So, Mr. Brandt, are you familiar with the GTI study that was discussed earlier by Mr. Harrington?
I am.
Okay, I thought you might be. What were the climate zones that the analysis was performed on? Do you know that?
I do not. You'd have to ask Mr. Harrington that.
And do you know what kind of heat pumps were used in that study? How efficient were they, and how?
I don't recall off the top of my head the efficiency. I know I do make some critiques of that study in my answer testimony, and one of those is that they assumed a size of a heat pump of 10,000 or 100,000 BTUs per hour, which is, I don't think, commercially available for residential customers, though I'm not an expert in that area, and is twice the size of a heat pump that is needed according to SWEEP's building modeling in our region. So I lay out a number of concerns with that study. That study is like a real outlier in the sort of world of modeling of beneficial electrification, and I think a lot of it is based on some assumptions that they make that are sort of not in line with the mainstream. And so while I don't remember the efficiency of the unit, I know the size of the unit was one that really jumped out at me.
Do you know what building codes would have been implemented in that?
Yeah, I didn't do that work myself, so I'm not familiar with some of the nitty-gritty stuff.
Do you know what backup heating sources?
I don't believe they assumed any. I think they used an electric resistance backup heating source. That report does mention hybrid systems as being something that should be pursued as one of their conclusions, which the company hasn't really highlighted here, and is one of the reasons that's also one of SWEEP's conclusions. But I believe for most of their modeling, they did not include they used electric resistance heating as a backup source, which again will increase costs and energy use.
And then finally, do you think the study is exemplary of Black Hills territory? Is it an apples for apples comparison?
Yeah, I don't know what they did in terms of their service territory. Like I said, Mr. Khan, who will be up next, did a lot of modeling for us that really tried to focus in on their service territory and came to very different conclusions, which I would say are more in line with a number of other studies that we've seen in this area.
Thank you for humoring me, Mr. Brand. It's just something that I came up in my notes and I needed to get Sam's. I may, if Mr. Harrington has more information about that, maybe he could come back and tell me a little bit more about that. All right, based on those questions and the questions of Mr. Koshin and Ms. Crampton and Mr. Smith, do you have any redirect? Mr. Hyatt, thank you.
Hey, Mr. Brandt, so I have to hit a few issues with you. We're going to go in reverse chronological order here. Start with UCA's cross. You recall Ms. Crampton's questions to you, making the point that AMLD and RNG are enumerated clean heat resources.
Yes, I do.
You also recall the line of questions calling out safeguards about AMLD and RNG settlement agreement.
Yes.
Given that AMLD and RNG are a clean heat resource and there are some safeguards, why does SWEEP oppose including those two resources in this clean heat?
They're just higher cost resources. The abatement cost presented by the company for RNG is somewhere between $400 and $1,200 per metric ton. For AMLD, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I believe it's $300 to $500 per metric ton, somewhere in that ballpark. Whereas energy efficiency and beneficial electrification are in like the $50 to $70 per metric ton. So I guess I don't see how you can make a finding that something is a reasonably cost plan if you're moving on to high cost resources before you've maximized your use of the lowest cost resources available.
Do you recall the discussion with Ms. Crampton about customer action measures like DSM and BE? It was referred to as utility action measures like RNG and AMLD. Do you recall that?
I do.
And would you agree that sometimes the utility action measures, for testimony, for example, are for those supply-side resources?
Yeah, that's often one way we think of them, especially RNG and hydrogen, where they're the fuels. Leak reduction is maybe a little different, but yes.
Okay, so for the utility action or supply-side type resources, company have to spend money on those resources every year to achieve annual greenhouse gas emission reductions?
Yeah, they do.
Well, I think it kind of goes to the whole that we're talking about here today, so I think I'll go ahead and allow it, but overruled.
Yeah, I say in my testimony, if you buy a...
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who objected before. Can I just get who was...
I'm sorry. Thank you, Harriet. All right, let's start that over again. Ms. Crampton had an objection. She was coming up to a mic. So I'm sorry about that, Harriet. I forgot.
I lost a step in there somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll start. We'll do that over again. Okay, go ahead, Ms.
And
Crampton.
this is Ms. Crampton from the UCA. I objected to the last question of Mr. Hyatt on the grounds that it is outside the scope of my cross-examination.
And do you want to repeat what you said, Mr. Hyatt?
I actually didn't respond, but if you'd like me to respond.
I had actually already ruled it. I had overruled it because I think it's within the general scope of what we're talking about today. It's within the scope of what Brand had testified to and within the scope of what information I need to get to today. So I'm going to allow it. So go ahead. If you remember the question, Mr. Brand.
Yeah, I think I remember it. So yeah, for renewable natural gas, you sort of have, you have to pay for that resource every year. You have to, buy a therm or whatever quantity you buy of natural gas every year to continue those emission reductions, or else they go away. I'll say in addition, these supply side resources they don't reduce the throughput or the need for natural gas infrastructure, so they don't in any way slow down the company's investments in maintaining and operating and expanding its natural gas system, whereas beneficial electrification and energy efficiency, which do reduce throughput and peak capacity to some extent, will sort of over time reduce investments into the natural gas system. So those, as we think about the deep decarbonization that's required by the state's 2040 and 2050 emission reduction targets, are the only two clean heat resources that will actually bend that investment curve and will be lower cost over time.
You also recall the line of question, Crampton, referring to SWEEP's RRR filing that it joined in the ESCO Clean Heat Plan.
I do.
And do you recall the point was that SWEEP's RRR filing did not object to the inclusion of recovered methane in the public service clean heat portfolio?
Yes, I recall that.
Now, does SWEEP typically file RRR in every single issue it disagrees with in a commission decision?
Sorry, I'm going to object. I think that's beyond the scope of cross-examination. I don't think it's relevant what SWEEP generally does for RRR for this court's consideration of whether to approve the motion.
Can I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, please, Mr. Hyatt.
I agree, probably it is irrelevant, but UCA brought it into Mr. Brandt's questioning, trying to draw out the inference that because SWEEP did not object to recovered methane, that should be relevant to this case. So I think this is a very fair line of questions that's relevant within the scope of UCA's cross-examination.
I believe UCA did ask a question about whether SWEEP filed the RRR in the ESCO case. I think it's a fair question. Go ahead.
No, we really try to be judicious in our RRR because it's a big ask of the commission, and I think this commission in particular, in their recent findings, has made it pretty clear that they often want to stick to their initial decisions. So, no, certainly we do not file RRR on everything we don't agree with in a proceeding, and in this particular proceeding, given how big and complicated it was, as Ms. Crampton pointed out, you know, we didn't try to push back on the areas we weren't happy with. We're really just trying to get clarification within the commission's decisions on some of the areas that we didn't quite understand. So again, really just trying to be judicious and not waste the commission's and the other parties' time.
Okay. Now move backwards in time to staff's questions for you. Do you recall a line of questions from Mr. Smith about the cost cap methodology and SWEEP's proposal to use 2023 actual revenues?
I do.
All right, if we could please pull up here in Exhibit 507. I'd like to just make sure we hopefully clarify the record here. Mr. Brandt, do you recall that Mr. Smith suggested that 2023 revenues were the highest revenues in recent years that Black Hills experienced?
I do recall that.
You see in this discovery response, the first sentence lists Black Hills' actual revenues for 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Yeah, I see that.
So for those 3 years in this discovery response, what year did Black Hills have the highest annual revenues?
Revenues in 2022 were higher than 2023.
Now moving back to the beginning in Black Hills cross-examination, just a few points here. So there were, if you recall, lots of questions about AMLD, leaks, and pipelines, walls. You recall that?
I do.
The SWEEP opposed the concept of AMLD.
No, we've been very supportive of companies investing in advanced leak detection. I think going back to Excel's gas rate case 2 or 3 years ago where they first proposed this, yeah, we want people to find leaks more quickly.
So what is SWEEP's position and recommendation then regarding AMLD, its inclusion in this clean heat plan versus the rate case?
Again, I mean, so AMLD is just how you detect leaks, right? This is advanced mobile leak detection. It's it doesn't fix any leaks. It doesn't reduce emissions on itself. It's just how the company can more readily detect leaks on its system. And the company should be investing in that. You know, what you do with that information to reduce leaks and whether that's a clean heat resource is a whole different question. And whether those emission reductions should count within the clean heat plan. So I think we've said AMLD, we're very supportive, but it's probably more of a rate base and rate case type expense because it's part of their normal course of business. They already run leak detection programs. This is just a different kind. You know, in terms of the leak reduction as a clean heat resource, I think as I stay in my statute, it just seems premature because the statute does put these extra limitations on leak reduction as a clean heat resource. And again, we're not opposed to leak reduction. That's something that utilities should be doing and can be a greenhouse gas mitigation measure, but it needs to be shown that it's cost effective. They need to look at non-pipeline alternatives, which I believe is in the Commission's rules. And on top of that, they need to show that it goes beyond these legal requirements, which are very much in flux right now, what the minimum legal requirements around leak repair are. So I guess for those reasons, we just argued that it was premature to include within the clean heat plan, and the cost for the leak detection equipment itself, again, would be better within a rate case rather than a clean heat rider because the leak detection itself doesn't actually reduce emissions.
Thank you. Moving on now, do you recall at the end of Mr. Cochin's questions about how long people can survive after a furnace and air conditioner goes out?
I do remember him asking me that.
If a furnace or an air conditioner stops working, that fact be attributed to a pump in any circumstance that you're aware of?
No.
Under SWEEP's portfolio here, I do want to be clear because this raises some serious potential issues. Would there be any increased health and safety risks of electrification?
I don't believe so, no.
The final topic now, do you recall at the beginning of Mr. Cochin's questions for you, questions drawing out that SWEEP's portfolio here would achieve 15% of the reductions necessary to meet the 2030 goal?
I do.
We could please pull up now here in Exhibit 500, which is Mr. Grant's answer testimony. Page 45. Pull down. You recall Mr. Cochin directed your attention to the answer you gave here on line 5, which makes the point about only achieving 15%. You recall that?
I do.
You read the next sentence, starts on line 7 here, and just let me know when you're done.
Yeah, I've read it.
For the SWEEP portfolio, how would the emissions reductions that would achieve compare to the settlement agreements?
It's probably about 3 times the settlement agreement, which is very similar in magnitude to the HPP, the company's original preferred plan.
And would the settlement agreement result in any emissions reductions between now and 2030?
Yeah, I think by 2030 it's projected to have 0 emissions reduction, so emissions would be higher. In 2027, it's like pretty much flat, I believe, under the company's modeling.
Would the SWEEP portfolio reduce emissions in 2030 compared to 2024?
Yeah, they would, and presumably as we continue to ramp up these beneficial electrification programs, those emission reductions would continue to increase dramatically beyond 2030.
All the questions I have, Mr. Brandt.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Hyatt. Mr. Brandt, that should conclude your testimony. You may step down. You're excused. All right. From my review of the cross-examination matrix, we just have one more witness left. Is that right? But I think this is a good time for a break for both Harriet and for anyone who needs to use the restroom. So let's break until 2:52 now. Should we resume at 3:05? Reasonable? All right, we are in recess until 3:05.
Yay! Much better. Much better this afternoon. Thank you. Sorry, yes, I am.
Let's go back on the record and proceeding 23A-0633G. Before the break, we completed the testimony of Mr. Brandt, who was testifying on behalf of SWEEP. Okay, Mr. Hyatt, your next witness. Oh, and I'm sorry, can you remind me of your name?
Mr. Ragonen.
Ragonen. I wrote it down wrong, so then I remember. Ragonen. Okay.
Please call Wild Kanj to the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Ragonen. Okay. Can you say something so you can come up on my screen?
Yeah, hello?
Okay.
Can you
now
hear
I
me?
see it.
Great.
Yes. All right. If you go ahead and raise your right hand with me, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Kanj, if you'd go ahead and state your name and spell it, please, for us.
Wael Kanj, W-A-E-L. Last name is K-A-N-J.
Thank you, Mr. Kanj. All right, Mr. Ragonen, your witness. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kanj, you're testifying on behalf of the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project in this proceeding,
Yes, that's correct.
and you work for Rewiring America.
Yes.
What is your position with Rewiring America?
I am a senior research associate.
And you filed answer testimony on June 21st, 2024, and that's marked as hearing exhibit 501.
Yes.
For the record, hearing exhibit 501 has been admitted into evidence at the beginning of this hearing. And with that, Mr. Kanj is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Ragonen. Mr. Koshin?
Thank you, Your Honor. If it's all right, I'd like to do the cross from here because otherwise Mr. Kanj will be staring at the back of my head. So I'm not sure if there's an easier way, but if this works for Your Honor.
It's fine with me. As long as you're mic'd, I think we're good.
I will be mic'd.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanj.
Good afternoon.
Let's jump to your testimony, hearing exhibit 501. If we can go to page 10, please. And if we could go down to table WK3. Now, the last line of that table uses a heat pump with 10 HSPF. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you just tell us what HSPF stands for?
Heating seasonal performance factor, I believe, is the acronym.
Perfect. And so that heat pump with the 10 HSPF results in a heating input of 4,621 kilowatt hours, correct?
So I believe this table here that I presented was, I think the 4,621 is used in relation to the heating output required of 13,540. So this table is just to illustrate that a heat pump requires less energy input than the required heating load for a building.
Would it surprise you to hear that comparable modeling the company has done for baseline units would have a heating usage of around 9,000 to 10,000 kilowatt hours?
That would be surprising to me, yeah.
All right. Should table WK3 actually reflect an efficient air source heat pump? So instead of a 10 HSPF, should that be an 8.5 HSPF2?
The 10 HSPF is sort of illustrative in this case. In this part of my testimony, what I was responding to was the assertion that because electricity is more expensive than gas, that means that heating with a heat pump is going to be, multiples higher cost than heating with a gas furnace. And so I chose 10 HSPF was used here as sort of an illustrative example for heat pumps that are readily available on the market.
Okay. You appear to make the comparison to a baseline 80% efficiency natural gas unit. You would agree with me that for the sake of consistency, it makes more sense to compare the efficient air source heat pump to an efficient natural gas unit, such as a 97% furnace?
You could also make that comparison. My testimony just includes the 80 and the 60%.
Let's turn to page 6 of your testimony, please. And looking down at lines 22 and 23, you describe the calculations of utility average rates for electricity and gas. And turning to the next page, you provide the average electricity rate on line 3 used in your analysis was 12 cents per kilowatt hour. Is that correct?
Yes, that's.
And are you aware that Colorado is expecting to see multiple increases in electric rates across our state?
I'm not familiar with the projected rates for electricity rates for Colorado, no.
All right, Your Honor, I'd request that hearing Exhibit 118 be pulled from the company's box.
Take a look at 118.
Now, Mr. Conj, this is Black Hills Colorado Electric's filed advice letter in proceeding number 24AL-0275E. It's advice letter 871, filed on June 14th, 2024. Do you see that at the top?
Yes, I do.
And if we can go down to page 6 of this document. Table 2. In this document, do you see, Mr. Conj, where Black Hills is proposing an increase to residential customers of 18%?
I see the 18%. I don't know the sort of context behind what these numbers are showing, though.
It's a proposal, and so what I'm asking is, you would agree with me that Black Hills appears to be proposing to increase electric rates for residential customers by 18%.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object here. I don't think council has laid the proper foundation for this particular exhibit.
Your Honor, I would move for administrative notice. This is a advice letter that was filed with the commission in proceeding number 24AL-0275E on June 14th, 2024.
0275E, did I get that right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
No objection to the administrative notice of this particular exhibit. However, I would object to the extent that Mr. Kanj is not familiar with this particular filing.
Go ahead and take administrative notice of 118, which is Black Hills advice letter in 24AL-0275E, filed on June 24th, I believe is
June 14th,
2024. June 14th, 2024. Thank you. All right. And noted.
Mr. Kanj, are you aware that Colorado Springs Utilities is proposing an annual 6% increase from 2025 through 2029? So over 5 years, 6% increase every year.
I'm not aware of that, no.
Could we please pull hearing exhibit 119? And if we could go down to the second page, just underneath that advertisement there. Do you see that paragraph there, Mr. Kanj, where it describes that by about 6.6% for all 4 utility services each year for 5 years is the recommended base rate increases?
Yes, I do see that.
Thank you. Are you aware that the commission held an informational meeting on July 25th, 2024, to discuss an electric rate forecasting tool developed by Concentric Energy Advisors and commission staff?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Could we please pull hearing exhibit 120 from the company's box folder? And if we could go to page 7. Mr. Kanj, on the left-hand side, under scope of work, the second paragraph describes the intent of this slide deck, or the intent of the work that was done by commission staff and Concentric Energy Advisors, and it was to develop a 30-year model which included 15-year detailed electric rate inputs and projections for Public Service Company of Colorado. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can we quickly jump down to page 16? And if you look at the right table of page 16, it appears that the 2024 number is right around 12 cents, where you indicated in your testimony, 12 cents per kilowatt hour for electric energy. Is that correct?
Yeah, 12 cents per kilowatt hour was the rate used in our analysis.
And would you agree with me that based on staff's analysis and CEA's analysis, YESCO's electric rates are forecasted to double by 2040 to about 25 cents kilowatt hour?
Based on the chart there, it looks like the forecasted line is around 25 cents with the inflation trend. I guess it depends on if you're, I'm not sure if this is showing inflation adjusted forecasted rates since it includes the inflation trend. So I'm not sure if that doubling is, before or after inflation taken into account as well.
Well, it appears that they're separating out the inflation trend from the forecasted average rates. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I see the words inflation trend. I'm not sure what goes into each of those numbers. I haven't reviewed this document.
Fair enough. Your Honor, I would request the Commission take administrative notice of hearing Exhibit 120. It is on the Commission's website under Commissioner Information Meetings, and it's a slide deck dated July 25th, 2024.
Mr. Gonin?
No objection.
Okay. I will take judicial notice of hearing Exhibit 120, which Mr. Koshin has indicated is on the Commission's own website.
Mr. Kench, can we turn to page 7 of your answer testimony, please? Looking down at line 11, it states the emission factor used for on-site electricity consumption is 162 kilograms per megawatt hour of CO2e at the point of end use, which was sourced from the Colorado's GHG Pollution Reduction Roadmap 2.0. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And can you tell me where that $162 per 162 kilograms per megawatt hour is found in the roadmap?
So as it says in the in my answer testimony, and I think this was discussed in some earlier testimonies as well, but because a heat pump that we sort of took the assumption of a heat and looked at what the emissions might look like for a heat pump that was installed in 2025. And so because the roadmap includes a, I believe they call it the baseline emissions factor for the Colorado grid, we looked at that emissions factor from 2025 over the next 15 years and levelized it with a 3% discount rate. So I doubt that exact number is sort of shown in the roadmap, but we use the numbers over multiple years to arrive at a single levelized average to use for this analysis.
How would you define roadmap?
The sort of general term, or I'm not sure I understand.
Sure. Yeah, let's go with just general definition of roadmap.
I guess I think of a roadmap as our understanding of where we're going.
All right. Would you agree that it's a plan or a strategy to get us to an end result?
I think it could be in some cases.
And then let's turn to page 10 of your testimony. if we can look at lines 15 through 16. You state that only about 50% of households in the BHCG territory currently have central air conditioning, correct?
Yeah, that's our estimate based on the data sources we have available.
And then it continues on with the remainder either foregoing cooling or relying on loud, inefficient, and cumbersome window AC units, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that customers without central air could require additional investments for electrification, including ducting and a panel upgrade, correct?
Some of them could. Many households without ducts don't need ducting to install heat pumps. They can install ductless mini splits, which are just units that sit on walls and don't require any ductwork.
And are those more expensive than the systems that use ducts?
It depends on how many units you're installing. So, you know, there's obviously more costs if you're installing multiple units in a home than if you're just installing one or two. So it really varies based on the household.
I see from your affidavit attached at the end of your testimony that you are from Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
That is the business address for Rewiring America.
And are you currently located in D.C. or Colorado or
No,
somewhere
I'm
in
located
between?
New Jersey.
Nice. You'd agree with me that the weather in Colorado is vastly different from the weather in New Jersey or Washington, D.C., correct?
I don't actually know. When I was there last year, it was in May, it was 75 and humid, which is pretty similar to what it's like in New Jersey at times.
All right, so you don't believe that the weather in Colorado is generally drier and colder than it is in, say, Washington, D.C.?
Um,
I'm just trying to figure out if he does or does not know.
I believe it is drier. I don't know how the average temperatures compare, especially in a state. I know that sort of there's probably a lot of different climate regions in Colorado, and it probably depends if you're in the mountains or in different parts of the state. So, but I know that in general it is drier than a lot of the East Coast. Yeah.
All right, and have you ever heard of evaporative coolers?
Yes, I have.
All right. Would it surprise you to learn that in drier climates, including Colorado, oftentimes homes have evaporative coolers rather than central air?
I have heard of that. Yeah.
And you would agree with me that a large portion of Black Hills service territory is located in the mountains, correct?
I'll trust you on that. I'm not super familiar with the exact geography of the state.
All right, fair enough. Would you agree with me that the Colorado mountains are probably at higher elevation than Washington, D.C. for sure? Maybe the hills in New Jersey?
I think I trust you on that too. Yeah.
Okay. Would it surprise you to learn that in many mountain areas, AC is not even necessary?
I guess I'm sure for some folks they don't need it. I guess I'm not sure about whether up to individual preferences as some people feel it might be necessary or needed. I think we do sort of mention, or I did mention in the rest of my testimony that because of increased temperatures on average overall, while some folks might not find AC necessary today, that isn't always going to necessarily be the case.
Rewiring America is an electrification nonprofit, correct?
Yes.
And the focus is on electrifying homes, businesses, communities, correct?
Yes.
Now, turning to Hearing Exhibit 501, page 3, at line 18, you expressed that your focus is on summarizing findings for research and advocacy, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your opinion here is biased towards electrification?
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Koshin, do you want to respond?
Your Honor, Mr. Kanj provided testimony that electrification is the approach that's appropriate here. He works for an organization that their effort is electrification, national electrification, and they're focused on electrifying homes, businesses, and communities. Whether or not his position is biased, I think, is a fair question.
Your Honor, I believe this question and its line of questioning is argumentative, so would object on that ground.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. I don't think it's a argumentative yet. I think it's a perfect fair question at this point, so overruled. Do you remember the question?
No, if you could repeat the question. Thanks.
Mr. Koshin, would you repeat that question, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kanj, is it fair to say that your opinion here is biased towards electrification?
I think you'll see, like, in the sentence that you're describing there, I talk about quantifying the costs and benefits of residential electrification. I think you'll find in my findings, my answer testimony sort of focuses on the bill impacts of electrification, and I do acknowledge that there are very slight bill impacts, potentially slight negative bill impacts based on our modeling for some households. So I don't believe that the analysis I presented here was biased. No.
Thank you, Mr. Kanj. Anything further, Your Honor?
Thank you, Mr. Koshin. All right. Do any of the other joiners in the settlement agreement have any questions? Ms. Crampton is shaking her head no. Ms. Lowry is shaking her head no. Mr. Smith?
No, Your Honor, no questions from staff.
Okay. Mr. Gonin, then, your witness, do you have any redirect?
Yes, brief redirect.
And I don't have any questions for Mr. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Kanj. Do you recall discussing rate increases with council?
Yes.
Can you explain how your modeling considered electric rates?
Yeah, we looked, essentially used a point-in-time estimate for both electric and gas rates. Because the analysis is really looking at the majority of the households, we're looking at, or actually all of them were houses heated with natural gas. And so we used the sort of current, or our best estimates of the current electricity and natural gas rates in modeling the operational cost impacts of heat pumps.
And do you recall which electric utilities that you used to conduct your analysis and modeling?
I believe it. I don't know off the top of my head what the names of the 5 were, but I believe there was like 5 big ones that sort of served most of the households in the service territory that we were analyzing.
Yes, and I'm just going to quickly move on here. Do you also recall discussing the greenhouse gas roadmap with council?
Yes.
Why did you use the greenhouse gas pollution reduction roadmap and the emissions factor from that in your analysis?
I used it because we were really interested in what is, a heat pump that's installed today. We wanted to consider what the future emissions would look like as well. And the state's greenhouse gas reduction roadmap seemed like a very sort of a solid source for that, because it does include planned actions, statutory requirements, as far as I could tell from the document. And it also acknowledges that it took a rather modest approach to emissions reductions. So I believe the document, and I don't remember verbatim what it said, but it did acknowledge that it sort of took more conservative assumptions in terms of the number of households which would take advantage of the Inflation Reduction Act's tax credits for clean energy, and some other planned actions as well. So it seemed like a reasonable and realistic roadmap that took into account actions that have already taken place, as well as planned strategies as well.
Thank you for that. Last topic with you here. Do you recall discussing with council the weather in Colorado?
Yes.
Can you explain the work that's being done by Rewiring America broadly in terms of the work that's being done across the country?
Sure. So a lot of Rewire America's work overall is that we're an organization with folks from around the country, folks who live on both coasts and in the middle of the country as well. But we're really focused on making sure that households and the public in general knows about electrification, knows about all the sort of benefits and whether it could be right for their home. So it's a lot of work about educating households and the public in general, as well as doing some of our own research and analysis, like the kind of analysis I did here as well.
So does Rewiring America do work across different geographies then?
Yes, we do. I think part of why I think this analysis is a good reflection of heat pump performance in Colorado is because we actually use data and provided by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, which has a data set taking into account weather, home characteristics, all the sort of aspects of what makes drives heat pump performance in different parts of the country. And we actually use that data set in developing the estimates included in the answer testimony. And so one of the first steps in my analysis was actually selecting the counties and the households in Colorado in this service area. And so the analysis reflects the climate, the weather, and the sort of general home characteristics of homes in that area.
No further redirect from me.
Okay, Mr. Ragonen. Munch, you've been excused as a witness. Thank you for your testimony. All right, any other witnesses from SWEEP? Okay, that came to the end of our cross-examination, or the matrix anyway. Mr. Koshin, any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor, but Mr. Harrington is available to answer questions that you may have regarding.
I was just trying to get some feeling for the GTI, because I just didn't completely understand it. Mr. Brandt answered a lot of those questions. If you think that he missed anything and there's something else you'd like me to know, please, Mr. Harrington, tell me. But otherwise, I think he gave me enough of a background for me to understand. Thank you.
We'll call Mr. Harrington.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harrington. And Mr. Harrington, you are still under oath. Do you want to ask questions or shall I? You want me to?
I'll leave it to you, Your Honor.
I am not as well prepared with my questions as Mr. Koshin, but I was just trying to get a better sense of the GTI study which you referred to. I just didn't know what it's based on, what are the codes it looked at, what kind of heat pumps was it relying on? Was it relying on modern ones or more older ones, and the efficiency of them has increased? I just need to get a sense of what is the basis of that study, basically.
I can help you with some of it and point you to some of the direction or some of the pages here in the GTI study.
Thank you.
You know, I know it's a long study. It's 104 pages.
I'm not going to profess to have read it every page. So let's see.
Well, part of the reason why it's 104 pages is, you know, it presents real world challenges and real world studies on electrification, specifically for Colorado. So it is very specific to the climate in Colorado, and you can see that on the page 1, the executive summary. One of the reasons why it's quite an extensive, detailed study is it performs 10 different scenarios. It looks at 10 different combinations between natural gas only, electric only combinations. And so there are multiple scenarios that study. On page 40 in the GTI study summarizes the different energy components or the measures under each individual scenario. So scenarios 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are electric only scenarios that have different types of either electric baseboard heating, different high efficiency electric heat pumps. Mouthful there. And so there's multiple scenarios that's presented in the study. So I think, you know, and I understand why SWEEP likes to dismiss it, but you know, it is a comprehensive look at multiple different studies specifically to Colorado, using different variations of technology.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Mr. Harrington. Before I forget, this is part of Hearing Exhibit 101, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, this is Hearing Exhibit 101, Attachment MJH2.
H2, okay. We have a nice clear record on that. You've answered my questions, Mr. Harrington. I don't have any more. Mr. Hyatt, do you have any based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody else have any questions of Mr. Harrington just about this GTI study that I was trying to get better understanding? Everyone's shaking their heads no. Okay. Mr. Smith, just to get your confirmation too? You good?
No, Your Honor.
Shaking your head. Okay. All right. Mr. Koshin, anything else you want to cover?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then no other rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I think that brings us to the conclusion of our evidentiary portion of our hearing then. Thank you all for your testimony. Let's go over next steps. First of all, I don't generally do it, but does anybody have an interest in doing a closing statement or just want to rely on your statements of position?
Statements of position, I believe.
Same for SWEEP.
Yeah, my preference as well, because it's a lot easier to take it in when it's in a written form than to try at the end of a long day in verbal form. Right now, I believe according to the usual schedule, those are due September 13th. Does that sound right?
That does, Your Honor, Friday the 13th, December.
I have no superstition with that. Does that still work for everybody? Friday, September 13th?
UCA did have a request regarding that date. We would ask to put the deadline back another week. I myself will be involved in the public service gas rate case that starts next week and goes through the 12th.
Okay.
I believe Mr. Smith from staff may be in the same position. I talked about this with staff and Black Hills. I don't think there's any objection. Those two parties I haven't discussed this request with any other party.
Okay. That's fine with me. I actually have statements of position due in another case on the 20th, so it may even be better for me to push them out a week beyond that. Because if they're stacked too much, it gets to be a little bit much. Refresh my recollection. Black Hills actually waived statutory timelines on that.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so what is Black Hills thought? Do you want to go with September 20th then, as Ms. Crampton asked, or do you want to do the 27th, which is a little bit better on my schedule? It just means that with other stuff coming in, I just might not get to read it on the 20th, that's all.
Your Honor, part of the settlement agreement would allow the change in tariffs and the clean heat as approved to go into effect January 1st.
Oh, okay, let's stick with the 20th then.
So,
yeah. Okay. I'll try and get the other one done as quick as I can. All right, so we'll make statements of position due on September 20th, which is 1 week past what it currently is in the procedural schedule. I'm not going to issue another order about that, so I'll just trust you guys to remember that it's September 20th, okay? No problem. Hopefully that'll give you enough time. That's going to be a quick turnaround for you. Yeah. Anything else before we adjourn? Any other issues? Any exhibits we need to, I think we got them all covered. Is there anything else? Yeah. Uncle is shaking her head, yes. Okay.
nothing further from the company, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cushion.
Nothing additional from Sweet.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Ms. Lowry shaking her head no. Ms. Crampton shaking her head no. Mr. Smith,
Nothing further. Nothing further from staff, Your Honor.
All right then. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your presentations. We are adjourned. Have a good long weekend, everyone.
Thank you.
So nice to see you.